Today, it's all about how to bring great science to people. We are Peter Alešnik from University of Maribor and myself, Usher Chef from University of Ljubljana, and we will be your hosts today. Why this conference? I know many of you as researchers are asking yourself, can I have a company? Can I be entrepreneur and a researcher at the same time? And on the other hand, the policymakers and the management of the university are asking yourself how to support, foster, and also regulate these activities at your universities and in your country. So we will discuss all these topics with our distinguished guests. And this event will hopefully clarify some aspects and will bring us one step closer to successful policies and ecosystem at the University of Ljubljana, Maribor, and of course, other institutions in Slovenia and in the region. Peter?
Yeah, thanks. This event is organized in the scope of Rectors Conference of the Republic of Slovenia, and it would not have been possible without the generous support of the Republic of Slovenia and the European Union under the European Regional Development Fund. At this point, we would also like to thank the team members of the universities and the partner of the event, ASTP, European Association of Knowledge Transfer Professionals, for providing help, insight, and some of the best experts in the field. Before we begin, some housekeeping rules, of course. We would love you to actively participate. We will be launching posts throughout today's conference that will capture your view on the topics discussed. If you wish to pose a question during the event, please use the chat area or save them for the Q&A session at the end of the event. And as you noticed, the event is being recorded. I will now ask you to complete the first poll before we officially start the event. So I'm kindly asking our technical support, Nadia, to share the first poll. So please choose which part of the innovation ecosystem are you most familiar with. I will wait for your answers for about 10 seconds now. Hopefully you can manage. And kind of that's it. So we are closing it, and thank you for completing it. And this is helpful for the speakers. So, you know, as a result, they can see to whom they're speaking to. Yeah. And again, thank you for your answers and participation throughout the day and being with us to enlighten kind of this currently very hot topic in Slovenia. Without further ado, I would now kindly invite Professor Dr. Gregor Majdic, the President of Slovenian Rectors Conference and Rector at the University of Ljubljana, to open the conference. Professor
Yes.
Majdic.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation. It is my pleasure and honor to be able to open this important conference. Knowledge transfer and bringing the science to the general society is a very important part of our mission. And we all know that Europe is lacking, it has excellent, very good science, possibly the best science in the world, but we are lacking in the transfer of the innovations into the society. And I'm using with the purpose the word society, not the economy, because innovations are very different innovations, from purely technological innovations to societal innovations. And in comparison to Europe, I think Slovenia is lagging behind even more. We are slowly developing the ecosystem to help to bring the innovations into the society, but we need to do much more in this respect. With the current project that is currently expiring, we were able to establish the TTO offices at the different institutions in Slovenia, which I think are now working very well. But we'll have to continue this good work and even upgrade it. Now we made the first fundamentals of this work, but in the future years, we have to start to reap the results of these investments. It is very important to bring science to people and the society. because we should not work in the ivory towers. We in the academic worlds should not be closed in the ivory towers without windows, but should be a lighthouse leading the society. And we can only do this through the innovations. And this could be, as I said, either technological innovations, helping the companies to make better products, thus participating more in the market economy, bringing more taxpayer money, and this could build the welfare society. But equally important are societal innovations that are important for the functioning of the society. And this is especially important in these very interesting but also worrying times of global changes with the globalization and especially the climate change. We will need a lot of very good innovations in the future years to solve the problems that we are facing at the moment. And I think universities and society should work here together to find and bring these innovations into the societies. And knowledge transfer is one of the most important pillars of this work, how to bring the innovations into the society. So I wish you a very good conference and very good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Majdic, for your introductory words and yeah, very important points actually. And next I would invite Dr. Tomasz Boch, Director General at the Science Directorate at the Ministry of Education, Science and Sport, to greet us and point out probably the latest changes in the Slovenian legal framework that promote knowledge valorization. Dr. Boch, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Peter. Good morning, dobro jutro. Vsem skupaj lep pozdrav v imenu Ministrstva za izobraževanje, znanost in šport. Dear participants to the conference, please let me allow to say hello to you in the name of the Ministry of Education, Science and Sport. And I would like to congratulate all the organizers of the event for this very important event and very important way of exchanging views and good practices about the knowledge transfer. I'm sorry, now can you hear me?
Yeah, now it's okay.
Okay. Well, once again, thank you very much for invitation to this event. Actually, it is important to discuss and to discover new ways of knowledge transfer and the connection, as Rector Majdic said between research community, universities, and society in general from different aspects. But nevertheless, I would say that it goes without saying that we have to start with excellent science. And I'm sure that the universities put a lot of efforts and also institute a lot of effort to make excellent science, and also more and more also the ways how to transfer this knowledge into society. And I have to say that Slovenia and our ministry support these efforts very much in recent years, and we are also planning to do so in the future as well. I think it is very important that you will discuss today the different angles of knowledge transfer, while all starts with a transparent framework, with a transparent procedures which are trustworthy, which are actually somehow very predictable to all the actors involved in the process. And for that, it is important to have solid and predictable legal framework, which starts with a general law and also goes all the way to the rules of the different institutions. And I would say that in the last years, we did quite a significant progress related to the this general framework, but can you hear me? Actually, it's reported that I'm muted time to time. But
yeah.
okay, in the last year, we made quite a significant progress in this report, in this way, actually making the legal framework. But still, it's a lot of work to do in the future with the operationalization, or let's say implementation of all these possibilities which are now open, but still they are not traced, all of them, and all the sub-laws and rules are not adopted at the moment. But nevertheless, I believe, are all making, doing very hard on preparation of these documents. First of all, I would like to say that it was not the situation in the past that academic institutions could establish a company, spin-off companies. And actually, during the last years, it was a lot of debate about that this is one of the very important obstacles, or let's say very high obstacles for knowledge transfer in Slovenia. Now, with the new law, this way is open, but this channel is open, but nevertheless, it's important to say that there is still a lot of work to do. While, as I said at the beginning, the transparency and the predictability of the procedures is one of the most important elements if we would like to have a successful process and trustworthy process of establishing these spin-off companies. Another important element is the sustainable financing of knowledge transfer activities within institutions. Actually, we introduced the block funding, the lump sum funding of institutions, and knowledge transfer pillar, or let's say the goal of knowledge transfer is one of the focuses of this block funding as well. And we believe that with such kind of stable financing, the knowledge transfer will actually progress more and more. At the same time, I have to say that we are also planning to support significantly this area also in the next period of cohesion policy. We would like to start and actually continue to work in the grounds already established during this perspective. And actually, we believe that we will significantly, together with institutions, significantly upgrade the already existing system. And I have to say that actually, when evaluating and looking back, the situation at the moment is very, very different than it was 5 years ago at the beginning of this perspective, and the significant and enormous work was done by the colleagues presented today. Once again, thank you very much for that, and we will support, as I said, these activities in the future as well. And maybe a third topic which is important is the question of remuneration. This is not easy task, but nevertheless, we also open the door for the further development of this area, the implementation of the remuneration of researchers, both groups, those working excellent research and being part of European excellent basic research, and being part of different European and transnational collaborations. And the other part, or let's say on the other side, also those working strongly with the society, with the business sector. So we believe that this element, it's not easy to implement, but still it is important element of motivation for researchers, all types of researchers. And actually, we also believe that with the approach which we establish, actually there is room for diversification of research careers, so that we will not measure all the researchers with the same measure, but actually we will allow actually the differentiation of research career paths. So, dear colleagues, not to be too long, I would like to wish you all the best with your event. As I said at the beginning, it's important to have such events and discuss topics. It will also be much easier for us as policymakers to develop appropriate measures if we will have very strong partner on the other side. And according to our experiences, the knowledge transfer society in Slovenia, it's growing. It's actually more and more elaborated, and we are all looking forward for excellent collaboration in the future as well. Once again, thank you very much and all the best with your conference.
Tomasz, thank you. Dr. Boch, thank you for starting us off, actually, and with Professor Dr. Majdic, you opened so many topics and challenges for us that a week of such conferences probably would not be enough. But following up on that, I would now give the floor to Dr. Iro Erola, and he's coming from Valorization Policies and IPR E2 unit at DG Research and Innovation, European Commission. And he will give us kind of an impulse on why and how the European Union supports knowledge valorization. And Dr. Erola, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Peter, for this introduction. And thank you very much for the invitation to speak here. I'm just trying to share my slides. Can you see the slides now?
It's perfect. It's perfect. Just this button and
yeah,
you're good to go.
Yeah, okay. So good morning to everybody, and really it's a great pleasure to be here speaking in this conference. Slovenian representatives and stakeholders have been very actively contributing to many of our activities on knowledge valorization. So that's why it's really a pleasure to be here to participate in this conference. So let's start then from the why part. Why is EU supporting knowledge valorization? So the European paradox was already mentioned, that the EU is doing very well in terms of producing high quality research publications, but it's not so good in extracting the value, the full value from research. Here in this slide, I have collected some results from the European Innovation Scoreboard. It shows that there is a clear improvement in the overall innovation performance of the EU since 2014. But despite of this positive development, the main competitors, South Korea, the US, Japan, have improved more, and the EU is actually continuing to fall behind them. Due to lower performance in patent and design applications, the indicators reflecting the EU performance in the intellectual assets show also a decrease. There's also in the number of public-private co-publications, the EU continues to be behind the main competitors. But also here, actually, we have seen improvements in all member states in this particular element. There is a moderate convergence in the overall innovation performance within the EU, meaning that the lower performing countries are growing faster than the higher performing countries, but the differences between these countries are still significant. And the European semester spring package has underlined that there are weaknesses in knowledge transfer and academia industry interactions in many member states, which constitute major bottlenecks in the effectiveness of the national R&I systems. So actually, yes, so all these elements show that there is a clear need for improving knowledge valorization. What comes to the policy context, already the 2018 Council conclusions considered that the EU needs to make full use of the scientific and technological knowledge and ensure more effective transfer of R&I results to society and industry. These Council conclusions called the Commission to develop a strategy to accelerate the potential uptake of R&I results. And already back in 2019, we organized a workshop with member states to take a stock of the application of the 2008 Commission recommendation on the management of intellectual property in knowledge transfer activities, and to see then how to move forward on a strategy for knowledge valorization. It became clear that since 2008, the R&I landscape has changed a lot, and the 2008 Commission recommendation has to be updated and modernized. Then in the new ERA communication in 2020, the Commission announced to update and develop guiding principles for knowledge valorization and a code of practice for smart use of IP by the end of 2022. The Council welcomed this Commission initiative to review the 2008 recommendation. Then now, quite recently, the Council recommendation on a pact for R&I identified value creation as one of the key principles underpinning European research and innovation, and highlighted also knowledge valorization among the priority areas for joint actions by member states. So really, knowledge valorization is high up on the agenda of the EU R&I policy. So now we are moving towards the how part. So last year the Council endorsed the ERA action plan. It includes this action 7 to upgrade the EU guidance for better knowledge valorization. It includes 3 outcomes. So the first one is to develop and endorse guiding principles for knowledge valorization. This will give a political level guidance and set the common line on policy principles, how to improve knowledge valorization in the EU. And these guiding principles will be then followed by 2 codes of practice, which will provide hands-on guidance for R&I actors on how to implement guiding principles in certain areas of knowledge valorization. And it currently foresees code of practice for smart use of IP and code of practice for researchers on standardization. So for this guiding principles, an ERA forum subgroup was established last year. It had the specific mandate to co-design and draft a proposal for guiding principles for knowledge valorization. Last year we carried out 2 consultations. One was among the member states and EEA countries, and the other one was focusing on stakeholders. These consultations provided really key inputs to the drafting of the guiding principles. We also received contributions from Slovenian stakeholders, very much appreciated. Then towards the end of last year, the subgroup delivered the first draft for the guiding principles, which was presented to the ERA Forum for Transition and also to the ERAC committee. It's now on the agenda of the new ERA Forum, which was established in the beginning of this year. In March, we organized an ERA stakeholder meeting to present the draft to the stakeholders and get their feedback and comments. In all these occasions, the reception has been very positive to these guiding principles. And the proposed format for the guiding principles is a council recommendation, and we are currently finalizing the commission proposal for that. So then about the codes, this drafting of code of practice for smart use of IP is currently in a very active phase. It's co-created with stakeholders through a community of practice established in January. And they will deliver the first draft for the code of practice in this summer. And for the code of practice for researchers on standardization, we have published a scoping study in March. And now, very importantly, there is a stakeholder consultation currently open for the draft code of practice. It will close on the 14th of June, so it's very important for the interested parties to act now and contribute to the consultation. You have the link there, and both these codes will be delivered by the end of this year. Then we have this EU knowledge valorization platform as well. This is a portal bringing together valorization actors, and it's also to facilitate the sharing of best practices. We have there a repository of best practices, which includes already close to 70 best practices submitted by member states and stakeholders. So you can go there and search these best practices. We have several best practices from Slovenia already. That's very good. And there is a permanently open call for submissions to collect more best practice examples. There's also there are also these thematic topics shown in and also displaying some new reports and other timely topics on knowledge valorization in this platform. So the final slide here is about the EU Knowledge Valorization Week. We co-organized this together with member states in March, April this year. It was already the second edition of the event. It was a series of webinars showcasing best practice examples of policies and tools for knowledge valorization. We have, for example, the Innovation Fund of the University of Ljubljana, presented by Simona Rataj there. Opening of the event was done by Commissioner Gabriel. There were many panel discussions and talks throughout the 4 days of the event, and you can find the videos, video recordings on this link, so you can watch them again. So that was an overview of our activities, what we do in knowledge valorization. So thank you very much for your attention.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Eirola, for your presentation. It was quite, yeah, you know, the basis actually for the challenges before that. With that, I will give floor now back to Ursha to kick off kind of with the next part. Ursha.
Thank you, Peter, and thank you to all the speakers so far for this nice introduction. Now the conference is officially opened. I would like to welcome our first presenter, Dr. Lisa Covey from Technology Transfer Interface, Oxford, UK. Dr. Covey has 30 years of experience in the field of innovation. Today, she will share her experience she had in working in the Western Balkans and the Baltics on the main innovation ecosystem elements. So before I give the floor to Lisa, I would like to engage also you during this. Let's take a second poll and see what does the audience think about what are some main elements of the innovation ecosystem. Nadia, please, the second poll. So choose one of the following innovation ecosystem elements for which you believe we have most room for improvement. Of course, everything is important, but where do you lack support the most? I'll give you a couple of seconds. Okay, I think we can now see the results. Okay, this is very interesting, and I couldn't agree more. So innovation culture, of course, is the prerequisite for everything. Lisa, please, the floor is yours. And of course, you can also comment the results of this short poll.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation to come and speak with you here today. I'm glad to see that I voted in the same category as the majority of people did. I did think people might say funding, or they might say knowledge transfer support, but I actually think what's really important is the support for academic entrepreneurship at the moment. So that was great. Let me see if I can share my screen with you. I'm going to try using a PDF. Which I think I've got 3 screens, so this can get really quite confusing. Do you now see you see a screen? And if I go upwards, does it move for you? Does it move?
Yes.
Good. Okay. All right. Then I start with that slide there, and then I have my notes in front of me here. So again, thank you for the opportunity to come and talk to you here today and to share a little bit of experience. I am going to talk a little bit about lessons that I learned in the Western Balkans, but also in the Baltics, and I would add maybe occasionally a little bit beyond, provided it's relevant. I've worked in this region since about 2006. Prior to that, I was a physicist. I worked in business, I worked in industry, and then I came back to the UK to do work at the interface between the two of them. And from 2006, I moved and I started to work in Croatia. And from there, I moved to Bulgaria, back to Croatia, over to Serbia, up in towards the Baltics. And then, in fact, for the last 5 years, I've been delivering EU for Tech, an EU for Tech PoC, which has covered the 6 economies of the Western Balkans that sit below you. And simultaneously with doing EU for Tech PoC, I've also been working for IP Booster, which is the European Commission's service to support universities, public research organisations. And in that, I've personally worked with 47 technology transfer officers across Europe. And I want to draw a little bit on that experience because it's very unique getting an insight into what 47 different technology transfer officers do, because they're all very different. And I hope we have some interesting practices to share for that. Specifically today, I've been asked to focus on these 3 areas that we've already had a fantastic introduction to: the issue of regulation and transparency, the need for it, why do we need it, funding for technology transfer and for tech transfer support and for the ecosystem, and also knowledge transfer support and support for knowledge transfer officers, or TTOs, with a special emphasis on spin-off and local or relevant examples. And I may make a slight distinction occasionally between a company when the university has an equity stake, which we very often call a spin-off or a spin-out, and where I'm talking more about graduate entrepreneurship, where a lot of people would talk about startup. But I'll try and make clear which one that I'm going to be talking about. So if we look at regulation and transparency, why do we actually need to regulate commercialization activity? And this is something I used to find very hard because I don't like feeling regulated, and I think a lot of innovators don't. We find it's a bit like going in a straitjacket. But it is actually really very important. It has a lot of positives, as was signalled right at the very beginning by your first speaker. Because by regulating it through some kind of bylaw or some legislation at national level, what you're able to do is to signal really clear support, particularly by university management. You say, we support this, we endorse it, and it allows the university to say what the rationale for their engagement is. So for some universities, they will say to me, well, we really want to make money. We want to make a return on the research investment. While for others, as we've heard, this is much more about civil society, about the economy, about downstream impact. And this is the point where the university, the institute can say, this is why we do it. And it allows them to legitimize this activity. Because if it isn't legitimized, a lot of researchers may well carry this on quietly in their labs, a bit underground, what I would say under the radar. And what they want to do is actually try and keep it quite small. Because if it gets big and very obvious, somebody might come along and say, perhaps you shouldn't be doing that. Whereas actually, if you legitimize it, you allow it to attain its full potential, because people can do it obviously, transparently. They can come and ask for help. They can see something go global. It also allows you to anticipate, to minimize, and to mitigate for conflict of interest. And this is important because if you're working on economic activities and you're also working on teaching activities and research activities, it's very easy for conflict of interest to arise. And the most important thing is to anticipate this, to minimize it, and to mitigate for it. So just deal with it in advance, and you can do that through regulation and legislation. And an area I see people do less when they do this, but I actually think it's one of the most important ones, is manage the expectations of all parties. And in particular, IP policy, for example, lays out rights. I think it also ought to lay out responsibilities. This is what we do for you. This is what we expect you to do for us. So it becomes a partnership. And the way that partnership will be managed goes inside the regulation that you produce. I've been asked to highlight some good practices in here. And I would say, good practice is just a solution that's worked for somebody else. So I always think it's a good idea to look at other people's solutions. I also think it's very important that you don't feel tied down by them, that you forge your own path forward. So for me, good practice in coming up with some kind of internal regulation, like an IP policy, is to make it light touch. And I think if you look at something like the data fair, which is now used comprehensively inside Horizon, I think you could do something similar if you're drafting your first IP policy. And I would say make it as light as possible and restrictive as necessary. And I say this because very often it's now possible to download IP policy templates, and they deal with every single eventuality out there. And actually that's not necessarily a positive way to go forward at the very beginning. I think it's also really important that you look at the commercialization aspects and not just ownership. A lot of IP policies start and end with who will own research results, and they really need to talk about who will commercialize, transfer, look after the research results as they go forward closer to market, and what both sides will have responsibility to do. And that it's very good practice in an IP policy to leave a provision for the return of rights. So if the university is going to claim rights, for the university to say, but actually, if we haven't done anything with them in 3 months, they automatically come back to you. Or if we haven't done anything in 3 months, we will formally give them back to you. Or if after 6 months we decide this isn't really an opportunity that we can support, we will be returning them to you. So I think that return of rights, that provision for return of rights is critical. And within spin-off policy, I think spin-off sometimes needs to be regulated less hard, although I think you need to look very strongly at conflict of interest. But if you work in the legal profession, you can do what we call retain options. You retain the right to do something. So you say the university retains the right to take an equity stake. It doesn't have to, but it's signaled that it might. But the most important thing about regulation in all cases here is that you are encouraging people to get involved. You're not stifling the academic entrepreneurship by making it so difficult that people don't want to engage. So common mistakes here, over-regulation. I worked on IP policy for some universities in Mongolia a couple of years ago, And their starting point was a template that dealt with absolutely everything that might ever happen. And I feel that the researchers just stepped away. They didn't want to know about this at that point. And we would have done better to have started with something very light that answered the main questions. The other issue, policy ends with protection. It doesn't make a realistic provision for transfer. It says we will claim, we will protect, and there's a long silence. And if you actually patent something, you've created a bill for yourself. It's really important you look at rewards and revenue streams as well. And I think it focuses very often very strongly on traditional protection. It doesn't really consider alternative valorization routes. And I'm really glad that our speaker from the European Commission mentioned the guiding principles for knowledge valorization, because they're going to start taking center stage. And in fact, yesterday I was in Croatia for the day. I'm back in Oxford now. Yesterday I was in Croatia meeting the Ministry of Science and the National Science Foundation, because I'm part of policy support facility for them. We're going to look at their financial instruments to support science and technology transfer. And what we have made very clearly is the policy support team want to look at those instruments through the lenses of the principles for knowledge valorization. So if you have an opportunity, try and get to know them and think, can you do something different with your IP policy that encourages more use for society, more transfer, and doesn't necessarily constantly focus on we will make money. I was asked to come up with some local examples for what I talk about. So let me just look at where I've seen some recently. I would say Western Balkans is still highly unregulated. People tend to do what they want still, but there are some local examples. So if I look at Bosnia and Herzegovina, University of Banja Luka overhauled their IP policy in the last year or so. They use support for EU for Tech to do that, and in fact support I think from Croatia, Croatian lawyer, and I think possibly from Vlatko Petrovic's unit to have a look. And what they said was, we're going to increase the rewards for researchers. I don't think they were using the IP policy very much, but I think there was a perception by researchers they weren't going to get very rewarded if they did engage, so they were encouraged to engage a bit more. And this is good. I think what it is important if you're doing that is to make sure that the University Technology Transfer Office is not trying to self-sustain on the basis of revenues. And I'll come back to that because I think it's unrealistic. The University of Niš and the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering at the University of Niš, along with the Universities of Zagreb and Belgrade, all recognise that faculties who employ researchers have a legitimate claim on the IP. But what they're able to do is to say, if you want to enter our system, if you want to come and work with the University Rectorate, you can do that. These are our terms and conditions when you come in through the door. And that was how the University of Zagreb back in about 2010 dealt with this issue of faculty ownership versus Rectorate TTO. Places like Innovate at UKIM in Republic of North Macedonia, they have a spin-out policy which allows the faculty, or in fact Innovate in this case, to take an equity stake in a company. And that's opened the doors for them finding a way to engage more in spin-out, which has been great. And Krakow, Zagreb and Nova Lisbon have a spin-out trademark. And I think this one is great, so I want to show you this. So these are trademarks. The University of Lisbon, Nova Lisbon, wasn't the first one that I'd seen do this, but it was the first one I worked with. And then I worked with Krakow University, who did something similar. And then the University of Zagreb worked through IP Booster, again, to do this, to learn from these other two universities how they'd done it. In all three cases, these universities now have a logo which allows designated spin-outs that the university think are good for the reputation of the university, or in fact, startups, graduate startups, academic startups, to claim a relationship with the university. They're not being charged to use this spin-off logo, but it's not automatic. They have to apply for it. And if they do something the university doesn't like, they can lose the use of the logo. So this for me is a clever way of the university raising its profile, offering value to its startup and spin-out community, not saying we must make licensing revenue over this, but seeing they have a way of controlling the university's reputation and raising its profile. And I think these are three great examples. You've got the University of Zagreb in Croatia on your doorstep to go and talk to them about their spin-off logo, but Krakow and Nova Lisbon have also been very happy to share their experience with other people as well. Funding, which one of the other speakers talked about, which is really important and comes with sort of project level challenges. How do we fund individual technology transfer projects? And program level challenges, which is usually how do we fund our TTOs or our innovation center? And if I look at the project level challenges, you need different types of funding as you move from the lab to the market. And the first fit between funding is that you need to make sure that you actually meet the project need to take it forward. And that often means you need funding for prototyping. You may need funding for traditional forms of protection like patenting. You need to make sure you've got some kind of continuity as well. If you have very long gaps between funding calls, your project starves and it dies. And you need to know that you can pick it up as it exits, for example, as technology readiness level or a value creation level, and move on to the next level before it falls between the two. And then you need to make sure that the project meets financiers' needs. And in that case, it's not necessarily about technical maturity. It's about value and being able to perhaps even invest at quite a very low level of technology readiness, because you can already see the value for the long-term investors. If we look at program level challenges, and I talk specifically about TTOs, most TTOs are destined to be cost centers, not profit centers. This is often very hard for rectors and rectors' teams and for faculty deans to accept. They feel TTOs should be making a lot of money, selling science, selling technology, and as a result, they ought to be self-sustainable. Most of them aren't. It's simply not possible with the sort of science and technology that is being produced. And I also say, I don't think this is a fair way of operating. If the goal of the Technology Transfer Office is to transfer technology and to realize value, then the KPIs ought to be looking at how much technology is being transferred and how much value is being realized. And I'll come back to the University of Warsaw and how they've done that in a little bit. So you should be measuring the impact downstream. What are you doing for the environment and society? You may start to see revenue with patient investment, but you have to be realistic about it. And again, I've had discussions with rectors where I've said, look, your library isn't self-sustaining. You regard the university library as being a keystone part of the university, and you aren't asking it to fund itself based on library fines when people bring the books back late. So why aren't you funding your technology transfer or innovation center as a core unit for the university, and try and find a way to do that? You can use project funding. A lot of TTOs say, well, we've applied for a project, we've won an EU project. Can be very useful, but it can also shift the focus of the TTO because they go over to doing activities that are funded by the grant. It can also mean you have a high staff turnover. You employ 3 people on a grant, and at the end of 1 or 2 years, you can't retain them and you lose all the skills. And again, I come back to the University of Zagreb. Vladka Petrovic came to talk to the Western Balkans network of TTOs last year, and she talked about the 4 phases of the TTO, which came from when the World Bank set it up with a patent fund, all the way through to, as we put it, doing it for kicks, which is now what they're supporting within the university TTO very strongly. So if I look at a few relevant examples of project funding, I think I've gone one too far. I have there. We have really good innovation funds now starting to set up and spread good practice across the Western Balkans. So if I look at Serbia, they now have proof of concept. They have the technology transfer facilities. They give innovation vouchers and mini grants, and that's brilliant. And they're starting to be followed by North Macedonia, who've set up an innovation fund and now give innovation vouchers. And we know that Montenegro is now headed off down the same route. And for a long time, BICRO, what is now HAMAG BICRO in Croatia, did a lot of good work for PoC. We're hoping that that might be coming back in the future under policy support facility. But this allows you to fund projects. And if you're getting that kind of support through an innovation fund, it means the university isn't having to try and find funding itself for projects, and that's quite critical. If we look at program funding, by which I mean how do people pay for their TTOs? Some universities have put technology transfer staff on their payrolls. Belgrade, Banja Luka, Montenegro and Zagreb. You see core TTO staff. I've seen Nedelko on this morning. I've seen Vladka on this morning, where they are actually paid for by the university themselves. If you contrast that with something like the University of Niš and Innovate, they have two very good people, one at each unit, but in fact they're completely unpaid. And they do this alongside a job in teaching or a job as the vice dean for finance. And the result of that is there's this really significant time and skills restraint for those two gentlemen. University of Novi Sad, I visited a lot in region. They seem to have a lot of TTO projects. They have a project, it ends. They have another project with a different group, sometimes in a different faculty. It ends, and I'm struggling to see the continuity that might be useful for some of their researchers, particularly ones who use the Innovation Fund, who've said to me as an Innovation Fund mentor, we don't have the support we would like at the moment at the University of Novi Sad. Lithuania has dedicated funding for TTOs. Brilliant. You have to apply. It's competitive, but you have to apply. Poland has funding for TTOs embedded in one of their early stage instruments. So you apply with a project, you have to have co-funding for the project, for example, from the university faculty, but then some of the money that you get to support that project can go to the TTO. You get a fraction of it. And the University of Warsaw actually use startups as a way of funding their gap here. And I want to show you, because again, this is a novel way of addressing a problem. They realized that they had a lot of projects that came to the end of what the TTO could do, and nobody was ready to pick them up. There was no funding that they could then take them forward with. And what the University of Warsaw said was, well, okay, we'll start companies. We'll encourage academics to start their own companies. They're startups, primarily. We'll get external people involved, but we will try and keep this project alive by having a company based around it, startup, spin up, whatever you want to call it. They've been doing this for 8 years. So this has been long and patient investment in the idea. And you can now see that they are starting to get good results from this, but not necessarily for the TTO. And that's really important to show your rectors, I think. So if you look at the amount of capital that the spin-offs have now started to raise from private investors, and the amount of grant money that's been raised by those spin-offs, and the total revenue that's now going to the university, and the forecast IP license agreements from 21 to 26, this is actually starting to look rather good. And then right down at the bottom, you can see what the revenue would be from spin-off shares, from sales, and this is over 8 years. So if you were trying to sustain a TTO, or what they would call their SPV, you would struggle to do that. But if you look at the total capital that's been raised by spin-offs, that's your downstream funding, that's your downstream impact. And this is how they have done it, by saying, we won't stop the project, we'll turn it into a company. So University of Warsaw are always very happy to share their knowledge as well. One of their experts has done a lot of work in this region. So if you want to know more, just ask me and I'll put you in touch with him. What about KT support? And people say, well, the next challenge is going to be that we have a small TTO, 1 or 2 people. What we really want to do is to secure this. We want to professionalize it. We want to sustain it. We want services that reflect the institutional culture, and we want to realize the full potential of the ecosystem. And people say to me, we think there are people out there who are doing this. And you may like to know that actually it is the University of Maribor that people keep telling me are doing this. So if you're laughing quietly in the background, I think you should feel rather good, because clearly for some people out there, you're looking successful and they're looking towards you and they're saying, how can we do this? But as we all know, the last thing you ought to do in any business is believe your own publicity. What you need to do is decide how internally that you can actually move this forward if you feel you need to take the next step. So if you're going to try and professionalize your KT support, I would say don't feel that you have to be trapped by these traditional TT approaches. They tend to work for very large, research strong universities that do make quite a lot of money from selling and licensing IP. Look towards new and emerging models. So do look towards the knowledge valorization side, the impact side, rather than just IP management. And that's why I think please do look towards the guidelines for knowledge valorization as they emerge. And do think towards this idea that spin-offs aren't just there for the university to make money out of equity. Maybe they're there to bridge a funding gap. And maybe what we can do is encourage entrepreneurial activity in researchers. And they don't have to have a spectacular success in the way that we often see this presented from big universities. What they have to do is get their startup company to bridge that gap and bring somebody else in, and that's the success for them. You can tap into EU-funded resources. So the Booster series run by the European Commission, as I said, I worked with 147 TTOs. My colleagues across the entire service, we worked, I think in the end, with well over 600 units coming into us for services, and they tapped in and used them alongside their own services. And that included very professional TTOs that have been out there for a long time, came and said, we'd like some specialist support on this too. And I think the other thing that you can do is to network and to lobby. Poland set up a technology transfer network, and I know a bit about that because I was one of the starting points for PACT, having encouraged people to do it. And I'm now involved with the Lithuanian TTO network. And since 2017, I've been part of what is the informal network for the Western Balkans, although it does have funding now through RCC at times. And I know you're not within the Western Balkans, but actually, I know that group would very much like to have you involved at times. We have struggled to make contact, and now we do have contact. I would like to reach out and say, please come along and join some of our meetings. Come along and talk to us in the way that the University of Zagreb has, and Nova Lisbon has, and Krakow has, to come and talk to other technology transfer officers and to share your experience and your problems and use that as one way of expanding and professionalizing what you're doing. And very much have courage. If you want to do it and you're inspired to do it, and clearly at the moment you want to, I think you probably will, and you can. So to summarize on the areas I was asked to talk a little bit about, regulation and transparency. The point here is as much as possible to encourage, don't suppress. So if you're coming up with an IP policy or you're revising it, make sure that it covers as much as is needed, but no more. Don't cover for everything that might ever happen. Funding, do be creative, do be flexible, but don't let the tail wag the dog. This is an English expression where we would say in the end, if you're just going after money for the sake of money, the money will define what you do. And that's not a good way of doing it. And I think we can see from what's happened in Warsaw that they've been very good at coming up with alternative approaches for this. And in terms of building your KT support, do follow new approaches. Don't be shy about leading new approaches. Don't feel just because established universities do something in one way, you can't decide you're going to do things in different ways, because good practice is a solution that works for you. And if you do it, you may well discover other people bother borrowing as well. If you can, try and outsource. Do look at where the Commission is offering you support. Come in for things like IP Booster. Many people applied to IP Booster because they said, we think we will learn from this, which might have been at times a little bit difficult for the experts delivering the service, but actually we didn't in the end mind sharing all our knowledge with people so that they could see why we were delivering the service the way that we were. And think very hard about building networks for critical mass. There are networks of TTOs out there. They will welcome you in. Please come along, join, contribute, and take something away from other people in the region. And I will stop at that point. Very happy to take questions if there are any. I'm just looking at the chat box. If you would like to make contact with me through LinkedIn, please just send me an invitation, because that's very nice and it allows us to go on having the debate and the discussion. And if you would like to know more about the Western Balkans TTO network, again, get in touch, because we really would like you to join. And I think some of my emails to you have probably been going into spam boxes because we thought we were being ignored, and I don't think so. I think we just haven't made contact yet.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you very much for this insightful presentation, really so many nuggets, I think. I mean, I agree with everything you said. So we have one question. It's more a comment regarding the spin-off trademark idea, which I also think is great. But I would maybe leave this for the discussion at the end, so many people can then comment on that. We're a bit behind the schedule, so I suggest we continue with our next presenter. This will be Mr. Tilman Vahan. He's a partner and attorney at law in the law firm Miller, Altmaier and Partner from Saarbrücken. He's mainly advising universities, pros and enterprises in the field of R&D collaboration, license agreement and spin-out creation. He will lead us through different models of spin-out creation. Mr. Vahan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. I'm very happy to be here with you. It's, Lisa, it has been very interesting to listen to your presentation. Thank you very much. And actually, what I want to do right now is I will just continue a little bit and go into the more or less technical possibilities how to approach this. So I did not really bring a presentation to you, but I want to share my mind map. And I hope that you can see my screen. Just if someone gives me some, yes, so no one.
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect, thank you. And I would like to take the next couple of minutes to go together with you through this mind map and to think about the different aspects of university valorization strategies and startups. And I'm using the word startup here. I will explain to you why and why I'm not talking about spin-outs and spin-offs at this moment. So if there are any questions, feel free to use the chat. I will be participating this afternoon in the Q&A session as well. And maybe we managed to save us a few minutes for 1 or 2 questions during the presentation time as well. So as I learned in the pre-meeting when we discussed about the presentation today, we have the use of the expression spin-offs, spin-outs, and startups. And from my perspective, spin-offs and spin-outs are used in very common ways. So it's everywhere used differently, but in the end of the day, I don't see a real legal difference here. So the difference between spin-offs, spin-outs, and on the other hand, startups, from my perspective, is that we have a university relationship from the spin-off and the spin-out in regard to the shareholders of the new company. So and this means that we have to think about possible conflict of interests. So this is the main difference from my perspective. If we talk about technical aspects, legal aspects, how to set up a startup, how to finance a startup, what are the different steps that a startup has to approach, there are not so many differences. So actually, I will continue to use the word startup, but we have to keep in mind that if we think about university-related shareholdership, so professors or employees of the university setting up their own business and becoming shareholder of a young enterprise, then we have to check for conflict of interest, of course, and we have to think about state aid problematics as well. So valorization strategy of universities. I mean, in the end of the day, we talk about IP that shall somehow be provided to the startup, to the enterprise. And mainly we talk about license or transfer. So license models are mainly exclusive license or non-exclusive licenses, and also for certain use cases. I don't think that we can define any standard type of model here. We have to decide it really on a case-to-case basis and have to think about what's the best approach for the respective project. But this means that we have to understand the project. And this leads us to a main problem that we face in our day-to-day advisory work. We don't know yet. We don't really understand this business strategy of the startup. We don't really understand the business case. Even the startup doesn't know about this business case. And usually, if you have a startup in a pre-seed or seed phases, it will change its business cases several times until, in the end of the day, they can sell a product. So it's very typical that you don't end with the same business model that you started with. And this uncertainty poses big difficulties on the decision how to define the license correctly. And in the end of the day, if you talk about a license or a transfer aspect. Still, if you transfer IP, you always have to think about what's happening if we have any kind of insolvency aspect with the startup. Because does it mean that IP will be lost? It also opens the possibilities for third parties to access the IP maybe quite easily. And therefore, it also opens the possibilities for a situation that we want to avoid, because in the end of the day, the IP could go into a direction where we definitively did not want to have it. The problem here is that the insolvency procedures are really directed by national law. So it's completely different in every member state. There are some harmonizations here, but in the end of the day, if you have to define if IP can be retransferred, we have to know the legal situation in your country, and this is something you have to check in advance, and you have to define in your contracts what's happening if in case of insolvency. On the other hand, of course, we have the compensation that applies, and here we have many different models as well. So the standard model is a licensing model, so we would actually ask for a license fee based on turnover, sometimes with milestone payments. You would not agree on a license fee on profits usually, because the problem is that it's on the one hand, if you accept a license fee based on the profits of a company, you cannot really control in the end of the day what the profits are, because there are possible costs that would reduce the turnovers, and those costs are under the control of the management of the company. So you have no influence here as long as you are not a shareholder of the company. So this is a little bit different if we have a model where we actually would get shares from the startup. So usually you would distinguish between a turnover license fee, or if you think about any profit sharing model, it would rather go into the direction of asking for shares of the company. On the other hand, it was very interesting to see the different numbers from Warsaw University, because we can clearly understand that I would assume that it's a little bit the same situation in most universities all over Europe, because we understand that the basic model is still a license fee-based compensation model. So usually that's what we see. Universities would ask for turnover license fees, and if the business model works out of the company, then in the end of the day, there would be a nice reward for the universities. On the other hand, we can see that there are more and more universities actually getting shares of the startup, so they become shareholder of the startup. And this is quite interesting because on the one hand, you enter into the possible negotiations about profit sharing. So it means that the liquidity of the startup will be less affected by the potential turnover license fees. So there's more money for the startup, but in the end of the day, it's a bet on the success. Because if in the end of the day we have a successful startup, then the university will profit as a shareholder. What we do not see very often is that the university itself would become shareholder of the company. This is due to the different jurisdictional difficulties that we face in the national laws. So in Germany, it would rather be a university-owned company that has been created for this type of shareholdings. So a 100% daughter company of the university created a private company created as a GmbH under German law, so with a limited responsibility and owning the shares of the startup in behalf of the university or in its own behalf, depending on who has been owner of the IP that has actually been transferred to the startup. So this means that you have some kind of very high specialized management, participation management in such a company, because their main task is to transfer IP and sometimes even to hold shares of the startup. So they know very well about the startup strategies, about the financing topics. So those topics that are important for a startup, depending on its strategy, of course. Some other topic that has that became very famous in the last 5 years in Germany, at least, are phantom shares. So phantom shares are everything but no shares. So this is completely different than being a real shareholder of a company, because phantom shares actually means that you will be promised some kind of compensation in case of usually an exit. So it actually means that you you will be granted a special compensation under certain conditions. And usually those conditions are the exit of the company. So actually the company will be sold from the existing shareholders to a new shareholder, or at least we have a change of majority in the shareholdings. Or on the other hand, the value, the assets of the company will be sold to a third party, so that in the end of the day, the financial value of the company, the economic value of the company will be transferred to someone else. There are different reasons why phantom shares could be of some interest. First of all, this is my personal observation, phantom shares are usually tax-driven. So if you agree on phantom shares, you want to avoid tax issues that you cannot really control. This at least is the situation under German law, because it's rather difficult to become a shareholder of a GmbH by not paying the real price that you would have to pay under the current valuation of the company. So this poses a lot of difficulties, and in the end of the day, sometimes the only solution will be that you grant phantom shares. Phantom shares make sense if you have an exit-related strategy of the company. So if the startup is not really going for an exit. So for this idea to sell the value of the companies at some point in the near future, so 5 to 10 years, phantom shares don't make really sense, because if this is not a strategy, you will not be rewarded as a phantom shareholder. So if you don't really know about the strategy, or you cannot be sure that the strategy will change, and this is actually the standard situation if you invest into a startup or if you transfer your IP to a new company, you have to think about the startup strategy and how do you protect your interests. This is what we will talk about at the last point. But there is another advantage. I'm not sure if you can really see it. Yes, so of course, since holding phantom shares doesn't mean that you are a shareholder of the company, it means less responsibility. So you actually don't have to play an active role in the participation management. And this is quite important, because if you help a startup in order to set up a business and to become successful, and maybe even to go into a direction where at some point an exit could play a role, this is hard work. This needs a high level of responsiveness. You will be always, a university will always have to somehow fight against the reputation that the universities are slow and not business orientated. So this is not that easy. And of course, if you don't have the role of an active shareholder, yeah, there are no responsibilities here. But at the same time, you lose control. So it means that you need to make sure that you have good agreements that you set in place, that you can trust into your agreements, and that you can trust into the fact that in the end of the day, you will be rewarded if there is an exit. Another, from my perspective, quite important issue is once again the insolvency. If we talk about startups, we have a high number of liquidations or even insolvencies. So a liquidation would take place if at some point the shareholders decide that the company will not continue. Doesn't make sense, but there are no open bills that cannot be paid. So actually the shareholders decide that the company will be diluted, and the liquidation will lead, there's a formal procedure usually, and this procedure leads into the dissolution of the company. On the other hand, an insolvency means that there are people waiting for money. So there are open bills that have not been paid. There are sometimes legal responsibilities of the managing directors, of the board members, depending on the national laws, and also sometimes of the shareholders. And here, of course, we must make sure that if a university or a university-owned company becomes shareholder of a company, then this means that we need a certain level of participation management in order to make sure that there's no problem in case of an insolvency of the startup. By the way, I don't have the numbers here, but my personal experience is that we do not have a high number of startup insolvencies. So we do have liquidations, but we have a very high number of startups that in the end of the day don't really work as the shareholders thought they may work, but in the end of the day, there's some fire sale, the assets will be sold to someone. There's no real profit, but there's no insolvency as well. It then becomes quite interesting if you offer additional services to startups. So as a university, you actually create some kind of ecosystem in order to help the startups to become successful. So there are only examples here. Of course, you can do a lot more, but this is what we see quite often. So you have in regard to IP protection strategies, because actually the experts in regard to IP protection are sitting in the TT offices. So we do have experts here, and this expertise can be used for the startups as well. So this goes along with consulting. Active participation management does also include a certain level of consulting or networking. Sometimes you have startup centers where actually startups have the possibilities to use rooms, rent rooms, use post services, but also use university machines or equipment, university equipment that they can actually not afford yet, and they will actually pay for it per use. And this is a very interesting point that becomes more and more important as I can see in my personal from a personal perspective. This is the finance issue, because it's not only the universities that start to help financing startups in the first phase, but it's the universities that on the one hand help the startups to apply for public funding. And then once again, it's very important that you do not apply for public funding only to be funded. As a startup needs to make sure that the project that will be funded helps the startup to develop into the right direction. Because otherwise, you use up the money that you receive from public funding, and 1 year later, you're in the same situation as before, except for the difference that you have a lot of people working for the startup and you have to fire them. And this is deadly for startups, because very often they have real problems to survive such a situation, because it's so hard for young entrepreneurs to fire people. And this is something you have to keep in mind. It's very important. But the other point is that we can see universities that actually create financing ecosystems for startups. So what they are doing is they create university funds, and they cooperate with private investors that will actually help to co-invest into young startups, and therefore help each other. So the private investors trust into the competence of the university startup offices and TT offices to find good startups, and at the same time they help financing the startup and take over the lead a little bit, because it's also very important that if you prepare the first financing round, you already think about the second one. So if you find investors for the first round, make sure that you know already how they can help you in order to organize the second round. And this leads me to my last point. So the startup strategy. Every startup has its own strategy, of course. But in the end of the day, you have 3 points that always plays a role. The first one is the question of growth. Do you have a startup that has a 100% growth strategy, meaning that they do not care about profits at all? They actually need money in order to grow, and they are not expecting to have an equal balance sheet in the next 5 years or 10 years. So they know that they will need financing every year, external financing, and they just care about growing as quickly as possible. And this is typically leading to an exit strategy, because it actually means that you create a value as quickly as possible, and this value will be exited then and will be sold to a third party. It's completely different from a strategy than the profitability. If you actually create a profitable business, it means that you have to take care from the beginning not to grow organically, and not to put too much money into the grow, and not to finance it too much externally. And the differences start by the valuation of the startup. The valuation of a startup with a growth strategy will be typically evaluated higher due to different reasons. One of the reasons is that it needs more external money. And if you valuate this company too low, it actually means that too many shares will be given away. And in the end of the day, there are not enough shares remaining for the founders. So it has a very practical reason why startups with a growth strategy will be valuated higher than startups with a profitability strategy. The other point is that if you have a growth strategy, shares could be very interesting. Phantom shares could be very interesting. Also, small number of shares could be very interesting. But if you have a profitability strategy, it would be better to have turnover license fees. So actually, it depends on the strategy of the startup, how you answer the strategy with the different compensation models that you have. And the problem here is that you don't know. You don't know about the strategy, and you cannot really control that the strategy will change at some point. And therefore, you need flexible models where you actually take care from the beginning that both or all strategy would somehow be included. So for example, you accept a small number of shares, but you agree on a anti-dilution protection for the university for the first until a valuation of 10 million euros. Yeah, just an example. Or you actually accept shares in order to avoid milestone payments, but you, at the same time, you would agree a turnover license fee that would maybe take place after 5 years. So there are different options how to create such a balanced model, but you have to think about it. And there's no answer that answers all the needs. You need individual solutions here. This is what I wanted to share with you. I hope it was somehow helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim, of course, it was very useful. One question I would like to have. So you mentioned that in Germany, right, under your legislation, the spin-out company needs approval from the federal government, right? And you said that you're actually doing this through this daughter company of the university, right? So if I understand correctly, it never happens that actually the federal government gives approval for one spin out and the other end. So it's actually through the company, they approve this daughter company, and that's it.
Yeah.
Or do any other universities have also the model that they give each spin out for the approval to the government?
Yeah. So it's not in Germany. It's not a federal government. It's the regional, the respective regional government of each land, because in Germany, education is under the responsibility of the regions. And in order to avoid such a situation where you have to apply for every participation in a startup, you create such university-owned companies. So you would actually ask for the permission to create the university company, and afterwards you will be rather free to invest into startup companies as long as you don't have more than 25% of the shares, what's actually not happening. I mean, universities in Germany have usually less, because 25% would create veto rights. So yeah,
what's then the relationship between the university and this daughter company? So actually the IP is then transferred from university to the daughter company, and then how this income comes to the university? Can you explain?
Yeah, this is different. It's not always in the same way. So we do have universities that transfer the IP systematically to the daughter company. We do have models where actually research projects are organized by the daughter company itself. We do have models where the daughter company will hold the shares for the university. So actually, it's really, there's no standard model. It really depends on the respective situation. Also due to the fact that there are different legal obligations depending on the land in the region where the university is situated. But I think it makes a lot of sense that you think about one vehicle, one daughter company that somehow will be organized as a private company, and we will have to ask for permission to found this company by the government. And then in the next step, I don't think that it makes sense that you have to ask for every participation in a startup for the governmental permission, because I want to explain why. Because this is completely frightening for international investors. Because if they fear that you need to ask for governmental permission for, yeah, maybe also selling your participation, so for the exit, it actually means that you cannot do an exit, a 100% exit of a startup, if you don't have the governmental permission of a member state. And this, for me, this looks not acceptable, because investors will have, they will fear that in the end of the day, they cannot do this exit, and therefore their investment will be frustrated.
Okay. Thank you. I see there's another question in the chat. What are the expenses when IP is public domain and only know-how is being transferred to the spin-off?
Yes.
I don't know.
This is not happening that often because it's so hard to define the know-how. And the question is how can we actually effectively make sure that if you have a spin-off, we have the people that have the know-how in their heads working in the company. How can we actually make sure that they do not use the know-how? So this is a little bit different if you talk about software. So if we define software as know-how, then we have special rules for software, of course. But here, once again, usually if you talk about software, you have to somehow calculate that a software could be, in the end of the day, reprogrammed. And so how do you evaluate the software? And at the same time, it will be reprogrammed. I've never seen a standard software that you can commercialize coming from university. I mean, there has to be some work done by the startups. And therefore, this takes place into the negotiations, of course, but it's possible. The best thing that you could have is, of course, patents, because they give an objective protection. In the end of the day, all of us know that the protection of patents is very much depending on the quality of the patents itself. So if you have a financing round for a Series A and you have investors doing a technical due diligence, they will also check for the valuation of the patents, and then they will do a really in-depth check. And then sometimes we have surprises. But this is, yeah, still, from my perspective, the best
session on the valuation of IP.
So yeah, okay, perfect.
I suggest we take a short break. We're a bit behind the schedule still. So I would suggest we come back at 10:40. So we have 6 minutes break and we'll see you then. Stay tuned.
Bit before 10:40, so at the time. So welcome back, and as promised, we will continue with our presentations, and at 10:40, let me introduce you to Mr. Paul Van Doen, who is a general manager at KU Leuven Research and Development, the technology transfer unit at KU Leuven, which was ranked by Reuters as the most innovative university in Europe for 4 consecutive years. He will give a talk on managing conflict of interest. But before I give the floor actually to Mr. Doen, we have another poll at hand for you. So please select one of the following answers provided, and this will be actually great line for Mr. Van Doen. Yeah. Nadia, can you? Yeah. So, you know, we wanted to ask you actually, what is your biggest fear considering conflict of interest when it comes to spin-outs or spin-offs or startups or, yeah, collaboration? So it's going to be a short window this time because we are trying to catch the tail, as maybe we heard before. So it's a little bit longer in terms of answers, but yeah. So in 3, 2, 1, we are closing it, and hopefully we can see the results as well. Okay. Oh. Okay, and these are the great starting points for Mr. Van Doen. So the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. And my apologies beforehand that I will have to keep it pretty short. I have a next meeting in well, actually 20 minutes already, but we'll do our best. And I've been asked to talk this morning about a topic that actually nobody likes. We as tech transfer officers, we don't like it. The researchers don't like it. Our stakeholders don't like it, but it's there. So the question is what to do with it. I'll try to share my screen in the meantime. Can you see my slides?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, thank you. I'll immediately skip this one. This is a little bit background about our office and our university, but I'm going to skip that in the interest of time. What is a conflict of interest, actually? There are dozens and dozens of definitions, and I won't lose too much time in discussing this, but this one I actually like because it's pretty accurate. A conflict of interest is a set of circumstances that creates a risk that professional judgment or actions regarding a primary interest will be unduly influenced by a secondary interest. Pretty general, but still a couple of words. You can see that I highlighted them in italic. We're talking about risks, meaning that the actual situation does not have to occur. The actual loss of income, for example, or the actual conflict does not have to occur. It's a risk that in certain situations it occurs. It can be, we can talk about a judgment or actions. So it does not mean that people have to take action. We can also have conflicts of interest when people have to make judgments on certain elements. And the most important element, the most important italic word for me is unduly. We are talking about where interests are unduly influenced. And why is this important? Because the word unduly immediately indicates that we are talking about something that we cannot pinpoint in an algorithmic way. This is something that will differ from person to person. If you have a certain conflict of interest situation or a potential conflict of interest situation, and you would submit it to 10 people in different regions in the world, there's a big chance that you will get 10 different answers. And this makes it particularly difficult to actually manage these conflicts of interest, because there is not a worldwide rule that you can apply. It is a cultural thing. And if I take a look at our university, if I see how today in 2022 conflicts of interest are being dealt with, it is completely different from what I have seen 15 or 20 years ago. So it is a cultural thing that is influenced by geography, in which region you live, the time in which you live, etc., which does not make it easy for us. There are several kinds of conflicts of interest. You have financial conflicts of interest. For example, I am the co-owner of a certain company, and that company wants to supply the university with certain goods or services. Well, I can have a conflict of interest if I'm at both sides of the table. There can be personal conflicts of interest. If I want to hire an additional employee in my office and that one of the candidates happens to be family of mine or a good friend of mine, I do have a conflict of interest, not a financial one, but a personal one. And there can also be conflicts of commitment, where due to conflicts of interests, there is a question of how much time do you devote to the different aspects. Do you spend enough time on your day job, or are your other interests consuming too much time? And the main question here is, do we have to differentiate? Do we have to make a distinction when looking at conflicts of interest, whether it is a financial conflict of interest or a personal? Well, the answer is no, because the common theme here is that the reputation of our institutions are at stake. Whether it's a financial or a personal or another conflict of interest, we are always talking about the reputation of our institution, the reputation of our lab. So we should not differentiate according to these different conflicts of interest. And just to make it a little bit more concrete, I've assembled a couple of examples, and on purpose, I took examples from different times and from different geographical areas, just to highlight that we are all facing the same questions. This is an example from about 20 years ago, and it is a US example. A certain professor has received a public grant to conduct a comparative evaluation of a certain diagnostic technique. One of the techniques that she has to evaluate, the company that actually manufactures that technique, she has a relationship with that company because she is an inventor on the patent that the company holds, and she's also on the scientific advisory board of that company. And on top of that, she has stock options. We don't know how much they are worth. She has stock options in that company. And she gives consulting for which she gets in a private capacity, she's being paid. Example number one. Example number two. This is an example from a recent date, well, still, I think 12 years ago, University of Glasgow in the UK. A professor has created a spin-off company, and for doing so, he has left the university for about a year. So he took some kind of a sabbatical for a year, created a spin-off company, but then he returns. He has 10% of the shares in that company. No board seat. He's not a member of the board, but he's a shareholder. And he's also a consultant, but he does not do that in a private capacity. He does do that through the university. So it's actually the university that gets the money that the company is paying for his consulting. And this company at a given point in time wants to do a research collaboration with his lab for developing a next generation of technology. What do we do with that? Third example, a certain professor has received a proof of principle funding from an investor to develop some IP. In the budget that she gets, There is also a part that she can use to hire a consultant to do some market research. And there appear to be two consultants that might do the job. The first consultant is somebody that a member of the tech transfer office puts forward. He or she knows that consultant and says, well, this is an independent consultant, he or she could do the job. But the venture capital company that has given the grant has also suggested an independent consultant. But that independent consultant is so intrigued by the project that he says, well, if this all works out well, I would really be interested to become the CEO of this new spin-off company. I really like this project. I would like to do the market research. And if this lands well, I would volunteer to actually become the CEO of that company. Three different scenarios, three different examples. All three of them, you can see that to a certain extent, the academic's loyalty is split between private interests and the interest of the university. And even if the conflicted person acts with complete integrity, even if it is done according to the highest standards of integrity and everybody thinks very carefully, nobody makes wrong decisions, even if that is done. The main question is that the outside world, who sees that there is a conflict of interest, might still ask questions and say, well, has the right thing happened? Yeah? How can we be sure? Which guarantee do we have that the right decisions have been taken? Because actually the person who is taking the decision wears two hats. Yeah? How can you guarantee that he or she has done the right thing? We all know that academics have a big degree of freedom and discretion. And the next sentence is a little bit phrased in a diplomatic way. University's culture means that academics may not be tuned into the challenges and pitfalls. And to put it bluntly, even after 20 years in the job, I come across almost every week academics who don't realize what the conflict of interest actually entails. Yeah, what is a conflict of interest and what is not? It is not always bad will or bad intent. In a lot of cases, they don't understand the sensitivity. And needless to say that situations can be complex and change over time. A person who is involved in a spin-off company might not have a conflict of interest today because he's not a shareholder, he doesn't give any advice, he's not paid by the spin-off. But the day after tomorrow, that might change, and also, the financials at stake might change. Today, somebody might be a consultant for free. The day after tomorrow, you might be getting paid. So this is not something, we are not talking about situations that are carved in stone, that they are evolving. And if we don't be careful with these aspects, there are a lot of things that can happen. We are working, all of us are working a lot with public funds. Well, we might be accused of using public funds for personal gain. Unfair competition, unfair access by companies to information or technology. As a matter of fact, our office has already received a couple of times letters from companies that are competitors to, for example, certain spin-off companies of ours. And these competitors then write to us that they say, well, we have heard that company ABC is using university equipment. Can you guarantee us that is done under market terms? Yeah? How can you be sure which guarantee can you give us that you as a university are not giving unfair advantages to one of our competitors that we as a competitor don't have? Exploitation of students, very sensitive topic. Financial considerations, obviously, and the last one I think is an important one. Even if you are not linked to yourself, if you are a student or a postdoc and you work in a lab where a professor has a certain image or reputation of being involved in a lot of conflicts of interest, this might actually influence your reputation also. Yeah. Oh, he or she is working in lab of Professor ABC. We know that there's a lot of things going on there that probably are a little bit dodgy. Even if you're not involved, this might have an influence on how you are perceived. Financial loss to the university, this can be a result. I think the second bullet point is way more important. Let's be honest. All our universities, if we lose some IP or if we lose some money left or right due to a conflict of interest, purely economically we will survive. That will not be the major disaster. The second bullet point is way more difficult. Yeah? As soon as a university gets the reputation that it allows professors to kind of give advantages to themselves or to their family or to their own companies and don't actually act upon that, reputational wise, this can be a major item. And as one says, you have to build a reputation for years, but you can lose one in a minute. Yeah. So this probably is a very important one. And the next one also, as I already mentioned, if not dealt with properly, this can be very unjust to students and junior staff. Yeah. And also when it comes to the role model, all of us are research institutions and or educational institutions. What example do you want to give to junior staff? What example do you want to give to students? If they work in a lab and they see that their superior is not drawing the line between his private interests or her private interests and the interests of the university, and this is allowed, the university does not do anything, what kind of example are we giving towards junior staff and students? And worst case, legal action, of course. This is sometimes the result of all of the above. So a question, and this is a question I'm going to ask to all of you, when you set up spin-off companies, when you make arrangements on equity, when you engage consultants for spin-off projects, and even when you manage research contracts, it doesn't even necessarily need to have the involvement of a spin-off. When you license an IP and assign intellectual property, how can you avoid conflicts of interest? Yeah. Any suggestions? No?
It's hard to avoid them. You can manage them, maybe.
That's exactly the answer I was looking for. If you take a look at the title of this presentation, it does not say how to avoid conflict of interest. It says management of conflict of interest. When you deal with these kind of things, when you deal with setting up spin-off companies, it is impossible to avoid conflicts of interest. You will have conflicts of interest. The question is, what do you do with it? And question number one is, in dealing with conflicts of interest, do you need a written policy? Yeah? Do you need, as an institution, a specific policy where you say, well, these are our rules on conflicts of interest? And in all honesty, I probably am not the most ideal person to give this presentation, for the simple reason that our own institution still today, although we have a lot of tech transfer activities, still today, we don't have a specific conflict of interest policy. Yeah. One is working on it, and I have good hopes that in about 5 to 6 months, we will have one. But at this point in time, we have a code for good research practice policy, which is no help at all, because that code says, well, you need to achieve the highest ethical standards, and you need to take care of all your colleagues, and you need to be, etc., etc. These vague rules don't help at all. Yeah? We do have a very small conflict of interest code specifically tailored for spin-off activities, and I am not happy with that one, because this kind of gives the impression that spin-off activities are the only segment in our university where conflicts of interest occur, which is completely not true. as I mentioned, if a PI is hiring a lab assistant and that lab assistant happens to be a family friend, that is a conflict of interest also. Yeah? One should not only point at spin-off activities. We have somewhere else some provisions on the use of lab offices in some other rules and regulations. And we have somewhere else some provisions on sideline activities. So in other words, what can professors do outside of their day job? But it is not a coherent thing. We don't have a specific policy. A lot of other universities in the meantime do have specific policies. And as I mentioned, a lot of these policies in quite some cases, you will find that these policies are pretty vague, which for us as tech transfer officers is not much use. Yeah. The policies who are a little bit more concrete, if you analyze them, you will see that some of the measurements, some of the rules that are in there consist of the following elements. In certain cases, you will see that there are limitations on who can act as a PI in a sponsored project. So, for example, one says, if you are in this or this situation, we do not allow you to be the PI on a research project. In some cases, you will see that there is a limitation on equity ownership. For example, a professor or a researcher is not allowed to own shares in these or these circumstances. This, for example, is one that will be completely unacceptable in our university. Our university will never impose how shall I put it? Will never restrict professors or researchers to get shares. They will consider that as being too much of an invasion of privacy. In some US universities, you will find this. In our university, that's not going to happen. Culture. Oversight of some tech transfer or licensing provisions. That one says, well, if you are in this situation, you will not be the only one that can decide on certain provisions. That there will be an oversight from, for example, a specific committee, or there will be an oversight from a third party. Provisions for the use of university facilities, provisions for the employment of students. In these or these situations, you cannot use students in your research. Disclosure requirements. If you have a conflict of interest, you have to disclose it. Where do you turn to with the conflict of interest? Who is going to decide on conflicts of interest? So in other words, designations of an individual, maybe director or a vice rector, or a body, a certain committee that is responsible to judge on the conflict of interest. Who is taking the decisions there? Oversight of external appointments, for example, if you become, I don't know, CTO in a company, we want to have these or these controlling entities. Difficult, I think. I've seen it a couple of times, but that is very difficult. How can you control from inside the university outside activities? Very difficult. Prohibition of certain activities. We have that in a very limited way. For example, certain functions in the university, the rector, for example, the big boss of our university, it is forbidden for him to exercise a political mandate. He cannot become a government representative, or he cannot be up for election in elections. So that is also one of the possibilities. What I would say is that whether you have a written policy or not, what is important is a system for the protection of staff, obviously, a clear identification when you have a conflict of interest. So what is the actual triggering point? Sometimes for clinical research, some additional rules. The fourth bullet point is the most important for me. Encourage full disclosure. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. And my experience is that as soon as there is a conflict of interest, but this conflict of interest is put out in the open. So in other words, it is clearly communicated and one says, look guys, I have a conflict of interest here, what should I do? As soon as that is done, 80% of the big problems already disappear. Yeah. Most of the problems that we have encountered appear in situations where a big part of the environment knows or suspect that there is a conflict of interest, but nobody actually says something. Yeah. And specifically the one who has a conflict of interest doesn't say anything. Yeah. These are the situations that usually create really problems. So rule number one, make sure that there is an obligation to communicate, to disclose conflicts of interest. And this is not an obligation of the institution. This is an obligation of the people themselves. The one who has a conflict of interest or fears that he will end up in a conflict of interest, it is his or her first responsibility to disclose that. Yeah, that's really the starting point of everything else. And an equally important element is try to use simple rules, but rather strict rules, and specifically encourage a culture of compliance. I remember that when I think 5 or 6 years ago, when we had another rector in our university, I had a lengthy discussion with that rector on the fact that we should have a conflict of interest policy. And at the end of the discussion, he said, okay, no problem, we'll get one. We will make sure that we have a policy on conflict of interest. But at the same point in time, I clearly felt that he was not willing to take any further steps. So he saw it as some kind of formality almost, saying, well, let's get some kind of provisions. But I really felt that he did not have the intention to create a culture of compliance. So in other words, that if one does not comply with the written policy, that people are sanctioned for that. Yeah? Oh yeah, but professors have already enough red tape and their life is already hard enough as it is, etc., etc. Well, for me, that was a clear signal to say, I'm sorry, but then I'm not going to push for a conflict of interest policy, because I thought it was even worse than having no conflict of interest policy, having a policy that is in place, but that is not enforced. Yeah, that's even worse. Yeah. If as a university, you don't take steps to enforce it, leave it, because otherwise you will create the perception that you have rules, but nobody cares about them. And that's even worse. This I'm not going to talk too much about in view of the timing. Let's come back to the examples. Against what we just said so far. What should we do with, for example, the professor who has to evaluate the cancer technique, the diagnostics? If we go back to what you can typically find in quite some conflict of interest policy, I can only answer this from our perspective, meaning from the side of our university. Prohibition, so starting at the bottom, prohibition of certain activities, that's not going to happen in our university. Our university is not going to say, professor, you cannot have stock options. Professor, you cannot work with that company. That's not going to happen. Oversight of external appointments, neither. Designation of individuals or bodies responsible for review, yes. In the meantime, we have although it is not on paper, but we have the system that for every single conflict of interest, we signal it to the vice rector. And the vice rector actually appoints ad hoc a committee of 2 or 3 persons who will judge on the specific case. So we know by now, as tech transfer office, that we don't need to be the judge. And for me, this is crucial, because we all know that for us as tech transfer officers, it is absolutely imperative that we keep a good, trustworthy relationship with our researchers. If we as a tech transfer office are being put in a seat, in a position where we have to judge on conflicts of interest, the relationship between us and the professors, the relationship between us and the researchers will drastically change. So I'm very happy that in our situation, we can call upon a third party, separate committee that actually will decide what is going to happen. Yeah. Disclosure, yes. In the policy that is being written at this point in time, the very first alinea in there will be every single person will have to disclose a potential conflict of interest. Provisions for the employment of students and university facilities, obviously. I think a person who has private interests in a certain research, there should be a form of oversight in one way or another. And then I come back to the third bullet point, which actually ties into the first one. What will probably happen in our university if this example would pop up, is that one would either say, PI, we do not allow you to perform this research because you are conflicted, or depending on the specific case, one would say, PI, we allow you to do the research, but we don't allow you to do it alone. So there has to be a co-PI, or there has to be a supervision on this sponsored research contract, so that there is some kind of oversight, so that there is some kind of supervision of what you do. And so that if we get questions from a competitor, if we get questions from newspapers or whatever, that we can say the PI either is not allowed to do this, or yes, he or she is allowed, but he will be controlled by an independent person, by another PI who does not have a conflict of interest. Yeah. And as I already mentioned, limitations on equity ownership or options, that is not going to happen in our university. Our university will never impose, in this first example, will never impose the rule that the professor is not allowed to actually, take these stock options, for example. But again, this is a cultural thing. There may be a lot of other universities who don't have a problem at all with it. Second example, and we'll have to speed up because we're running out of time. Second example, this professor that has created a spin-off company comes back to the university. He still has 10% shares in the company, but that's it. He does not have any further involvement. All the other involvements he has go through the university. This is a case of Glasgow. When I take a look at the conflict of interest policy in Glasgow at that point in time, that is quite clear. Yeah? That policy says in these circumstances, in other words, if you have shares in a company that actually asks for sponsored research, it is important that this is being taken care of, and the project should involve directly or indirectly in an oversight role a member of staff of suitable seniority who is not connected with the sponsoring company. So even though the conflict in this case is way smaller than the one that we just dealt with in our first example, because there's only shares, he's not getting paid by the company or anything else, he's not on the advisory board of the company, he only is a passive shareholder. So as such, economically, the conflict of interest is smaller, one would say, but actually the result that Glasgow gives to this situation is exactly the same. In other words, if the PI exercises the research contract, there has to be a senior person who kind of takes an overseeing role. Through that arrangement, also student involvement can be overseen, and obviously IP arrangements should be clear upfront. So Glasgow policy very clear, says green light, but we need to control it. Okay, good. That's clear. That's a rule where you as a tech transfer office can work with. Yeah? You know what to do, you know when to do, and you know how to do it. And the third example, I remember a consulting person that is being looked for, and you have two candidates, an independent one that will just do the job, and another independent one that says, well, if all works out well, I would like to become the CEO of the company. So question is here, who would you engage? If I ask this question again to you, Any suggestions? Would you go for consultant A or would you go for consultant B? No preferences? I know that when I submit this example to workshop and seminars that I'm involved in, quite some people say, well, we would go for consultant A because he's not conflicted. We would prefer him or her. Personally, I'm not 100% convinced of this because I'm not even sure whether consultant B actually is conflicted. If he is interested in becoming the CEO of the company, how would he be conflicted in giving a wrong advice or a bad advice? I would assume that if he would be interested to become the CEO of the company, if that company would ever be created, it would be in his own interest to really do the market research as thorough as possible. Who wants to become the CEO of a company for which the market research has been done in a very shabby way? Yeah. So personally, I would even say, well, I think the agendas are aligned. Yeah? And what is very good here is that consultant B has mentioned upfront that he would be interested in becoming the CEO. So at least if there is a conflict of interest, it is disclosed. Yeah? Things are on the table. Yeah. So just this example to highlight to you that conflicts of interest, it's often a gray zone because it is not very clearly delineated. Yeah? There will be discussions on, is there a conflict of interest or is there no conflict of interest, as you can see by this example. So in a summary, conflicts of interest are unavoidable. If you create spin-offs, there will be conflicts of interest. There is no such thing as the one and right policy. The best thing you can do is look for inspiration in a wide variety of existing conflicts of interest policies, and you will immediately see that there are quite some clauses in there of which you will immediately think, well, that is not going to work in our university. Yeah? So you will need to get a blend of your own. Which might be adjusted a couple of years later, because as I mentioned, times change also. If you would ask my advice, do you need a written policy? There are advantages and disadvantages of a written policy, but my personal preference is very clear. Please go for the written policy, because if there's no written policy and you as a tech transfer office would be put in a seat where explicit or implicitly you would become the judge of certain situations, one will disagree with you. One will disagree with you, and the nature of your relationship with the researchers will change. You need the researchers to come back to trust you at any given point in time, and that is very difficult if you are the one who is judging on their personal situations. And last but not least, as I already mentioned a couple of times, disclosure is the golden rule. If everyone is aware of the various interests, then a lot of the problems already disappear. I'm absolutely sorry that I had to rush through everything. I already informed my next meeting that I would be a little bit late, but I absolutely have to wrap up at this point in time. My apologies for that.
Thank you, Mr. Van Doen. It was really, a pleasure. And, we have a recorded session, so we will get back to it for sure. So thank you. And we all agree that relationships and trust with researchers are the currency of our work. So we have to take everything we can to have that. With that, I will thank you for your valuable insight, and I wish you all the best in your jump to the next meeting.
Thank you. Bye now.
Bye. So next we will have a closer look at when and why spin-outs might prove as a good idea. But before we proceed with our next presenter, I would ask you to participate in our quick poll again. So Nadia, just and while you answer for are you thinking of creating your spin-off company? Let me introduce or allow me a few words about Dr. Radish, who is the next presenter. He's the CEO of Innovictis, the knowledge transfer company, and which is fully owned by Goethe University, Frankfurt, Germany. And today he will be presenting when and why to spin out. Dr. Radic, the floor is yours, and in case you have any comments on the results, yeah, feel free to share them as well. Thank you for being with us. The floor is yours.
Yeah, hello, everyone. I think you had already an exciting and exhausting morning session, so I will keep it short. And well, I've heard that Paul already covered the policy issue. I will bore you a little bit with our policy, which we have worked on for about, well, let's say 2.5 years, 3 years now. And we got it through, and it was approved by the board and the president of the university. And I can tell you our experience. And I also would like to share the policy with you if you're interested. I translated it into English, some sort of English. And I also promised it to translate it into Slovenian language, but I'm not really sure whether I will be successful here or it's a good laugh for you if you read it. So I will present it in English. Let me just share the screen with you. Do you see the screen?
Yeah, it's perfect. It's Word, yeah.
Okay, I don't see it, but for whatever reason.
Yeah, it's good. It's just scroll down maybe so we test.
It's good if it's good for you. So
yep,
well, actually I scroll it here simply on my other screen. Maybe it works. So when and why to spin out, that's the question. And for me, the other way around would be better. Why and then when to spin out. So are there really good pragmatic reasons or bad reasons to try? And if we talk about the university, then we usually say, well, we would like to earn money. Is this a good or is it a bad reason? Well, if I ask my chancellor, of course, he would say, well, this is a good reason. If I tell him then, well, you might earn the money in about 20 years from now, then of course it's a bad reason for him because he's responsible now, not in 20 years. He will be retired, as simple as that. So earning money, I would put at the very rear end. It could be, and if it happens, then you're really happy and lucky. On the other hand, it should be not the main goal from our point of view. So the main goal should be make the technology or the services accessible to society, which you create with taxpayers' money, as simple as that, because taxpayer is paying university and university has to pay back not only in publications, because the society usually is not understanding the publications or they can't really judge whether it's fruitful or not. So make technology or services or any kind of know-how, any kind of ideas which might be useful within a part of the society accessible to it. Then be competitive in your market. So if you have startups and you're successful and you would like to attract students, and every university would like to attract students, the more students you have, the more power you have. Then of course you have to be competitive, and it's not only about teaching, it's not only about research, it's also about the possibilities you give the students for their future. And definitely now in Europe, going into a spin out or having your own spin-off is part of future potential a university can and also should create. So this was one of our drivers. We implemented the whole spin-off and startup community long before we had the policy, by the way. So as Paul said, well, we worked already down the line without a policy, and we implemented the conflict of interest policy in our startup policy. You will see it later. And talking about the future of young people, we also talk about the possibility to create jobs. And there are certain really large examples just around me. Well, I'm living next Heidelberg, I'm working in Frankfurt, and maybe the majority will be aware of the company SAP, software company, one of the largest software companies in the world. And this kind of software company just, well, has been built on a green spot, based on an idea and a little bit of know-how. Unfortunately, neither Heidelberg nor other cities wanted to have this kind of spin-out, and so a very little town or village was offered them some space, and they created enormous jobs, not only with the SAP company themselves, but all the companies around, all the startup companies supporting them. And today it's, well, you can't call it campus, it's an own town in the meanwhile. It's about 30 years ago, so it needs time. This we should have always in mind if we talk about the pragmatic reasons. So if there are reasons, the reasons should be seen at a sustainable way. So just creating startups and spin-offs because of an hype, I wouldn't do. That would be not a good reason for doing it. But on the long run, developing your university, and with the university, your region, and with the region, your country, this helps a lot. So in a nutshell, make it accessible, the technology and the services. Well, try to be more competitive with the university, create jobs around it and a future for your fellows, your students. And if you do it everything right, then it could happen. It could that you also earn substantial amounts of money for your university. The characteristics we're looking at, it's in principle, it's wrong what I wrote here. So characteristics of a good spin out is the team, and the team. So if the professor, the student, the postdoc, whoever knocks on the door has an idea, the idea is as good as his driving force having the company. If it's only the driving force, well, I would like to have a company because my competitors have a company as well. This is the same as it was 20 years ago. Well, I would like to have a patent because my competitor in the States has a patent as well. So this is not a driving force. But if they have business sense and they see some kind of market need, especially if they come from clinics, for example, they see that patients are suffering. So society, well, parts of the society, the patients are suffering from a certain disease, and they have the idea how to help those guys, then this is a cool driving force. And if they're also open enough to leave the academic viewpoint and look into industry and work together with experienced market professionals, then I think the team is convincing, especially if these are young people or a mix with experience and young people. This we like. Interdisciplinary teams are even better from our point of view. So if we have the nerds and the techies who are really good at the technology they would like to develop, or the service they would like to put up, or the fintechs, for example, here in Frankfurt, then it's always good. But on the other hand, you need also these kind of business developers, the sleek guys who know how to sell it and understand market terms, market needs, and the legislation. And they usually we get from the economic science department. So we mix and mingle. And this is part of our duty as well, bringing the right people together. If the team is not complete, then we try to complete the team. Sometimes it works, sometimes not. With the internal sources, sometimes we have to look for external experts just to complete the team. So team. But on the other hand, a sustainable market. So how you can judge what kind of market will be sustainable and will be last over the next 20 years? I think no one can, except, well, if you look at the pharmaceutical need in medical technologies, then you see, well, it's a very slow developing market in technology, and the DCs are there, so you have, or at least we thought we have a good feeling. Then COVID came into play. Boom. Total different story, total different requirements, and a boom started also with startups in the medical field. On the other hand, a very sustainable market we see, and we can dive in, is the digital market. So the digital market developed and develops on a certain pace, and we see it, we foresee it, and it grows and grows and grows. So this is a sustainable market. So don't put all your eggs in one sustainable market, but also don't put all your eggs just in one idea of a future market, which might be the new, let's say, iPhone market. Creating market is difficult, especially if you don't see the chance having the experts around you in the startup. So sustainable markets would help. And again, the societal need. So as long as you have a societal need, then you're pretty sure that, yeah, first of all, you might be successful if you have the solution, but you're also pretty sure that you run into a competitive situation. The competitive situation is good. Why it's good? Well, if there's a societal need, you're not the only one finding the competitive solution. There are some other competitors there, and if they're a competitor in the market, then it's better than if there's nobody. If there's nobody, you can be sure that there maybe is a mistake in your technology or in your viewpoint. Look at SAP as an example. This was also Oracle at the same time starting at. If we look at the newer history, BioNTech was one of the competitors, Moderna was there, CureVac was there, and of course it was pretty clear that there is then a market, and then they went into it. Now, what kind of support is needed in the early phases of a spin-out? First of all, have a clear policy. Have a clear policy is the biggest support you can give your university members, because they can have a read, then they can understand how your viewpoint is on startups and spin-offs. Whether you like it or dislike it, it depends, of course, on the board and the president. But in principle, a policy gives you a certain empowerment, believing that you're on the right track going on a spin-out, or showing also the obstacles you run into. For example, as a professor, we will see it in a second. So having a clear policy, even if it's a painful process, is mandatory to be successful at the end. We worked about the last 4 years. Of the last 5 years, we worked 3 years without a policy, or 2 years without a policy, and this was really critical, because everything has to be negotiated with the president himself or the board, and it's a very long and administrative way. And I know from counties here in Germany where countries where you even have to go with each and every single startup to the ministry to get approval if you would like to keep shares as a university. And this is, of course, a pain in the neck, and nobody would like to do it. And if the way is very painful and very stony, then your technology transfer, whoever is responsible for grading startups, will have a tough job to convincing people. Because then it's easier to grab a little bit of money, go outside the university, doing it outside the university, maybe license in some technology from the university and dash off then. So in principle, the university's task, from my point of view, should be helping the university members spinning off and starting off, not making it more difficult. And policy might help there. What else do you need? Sorry for what else do you need here? Intellectual property. So a kind of intellectual property always helps, because then you're competitive. If there is no intellectual property, then it's a Me Too. Well, even Me Too companies can run. We have some of these Me Too startups, quite successful, by the way. They're mimicking American business models and just translating it into the European landscape or the German landscape, and off they go. There is no real intellectual property. And well, one of the things I never believed in, and they lifted off like hell, was a mattress company. So the largest mattress company in Europe is coming from our university, and it was a guy studying economics and said, well, actually, I will sell mattresses online. And we said, why am I selling mattresses online? So this doesn't make sense, because you have to check it, you would like to lay down to the mattresses, and he said, no. Well, if we get the logistics properly built up, then we can do it. And what should I say? One of the most successful startup companies without any kind of intellectual property behind it. On the other hand, we have successful startup companies with intellectual property, especially in the high-tech, deep tech sector and in the fintech sector, where software plays a significant role. There has to be around the patent, the intellectual property, but also copyright, software, databases, especially data, are important. Having the right data for your startup. So intellectual property, I think the universities now have, all of the universities have a decent technology transfer office or some people who are responsible for it. So this is covered, which is not necessarily covered through all the universities, also not here, is space. So offering space for startup companies for a significant, well, I would say affordable price. So there must be a price behind because of the European legislation, but so we have to put a price tag on it, but it should be also make them giving them possibilities to survive. So space within the university to incubate, and then later on, if they grow and they get the first coin, management, we can only host 12 in our incubator, but it's in the city center of Frankfurt, where it's incredible expensive. Then the third thing is, talking about expensive, is money. Well, there should be any kind of money source for the first steps, public money sources, and for the following steps, and of course venture capital, big industry money, where it comes from, and this should be made accessible also by the university throughout the network. So a network is necessary here as well to support the spin-offs and startups. And I'm talking here about spin-offs and startups, and I've learned that, well, this is a definition I picked up, and we used it for our policy. In Slovenia, there is this definition spin-out and spin-off, which simply is very, well, not identical, but a little bit the same of our differentiation between spin-off and startup. So what do they need? Well, they need an individual startup consulting if the founder knocks on your door. But usually we start with workshops, so more of those founders are huddling together, and they get a few insights in legislation, in well, what is important if you do your first steps with the company, what kind of possibilities we offer to get them going. Then we offer a comprehensive contact and consulting for people who are interested in founding a company, not the founders themselves. So even we start very early for people who knock on the door and say, well, is this a possibility for me, and how you can support us? And then we offer them our support. Of these people, maybe about 30% are really jumping into the founder experience. Important at the university is one face to the customer, a front office, so that the founder is not obliged to tingle-tangle through the university, asking for the right people at the administration, going from the legal department to the personnel department to whoever, and asking different people. One face to the customer, and we taking care of all these questions internally. And of course, a university incubator, as I said, well, giving some kind of space, or as I say, a roof over those kind of founders' heads. Quality is also an issue. So to get a space in our incubator, which I said, well, it's very tight, we have pitch events, and this we are offering and having these kind of internal pitch events. This is the first pitch event of our founder where they can learn, where they can get experience if they have to pitch outside. And for us, it's good to see the differences and to judge the team. As I said, the team is very important for us. So the team, we are looking at how they behave as a team in the pitch, or if it's their dominant person, maybe even the professor. And so this is good for us to judge. We not only judge ourselves, we have mentors. We have over 50 mentors from big industry, from smaller companies, from startups, from successful startups, by the way, as well. And they help us to judge these kind of startup projects. And then we write it down and give it up to the presidency, our recommendation. Usually they follow our recommendation, where to invest, where not to invest. So it's not about only giving them space, but also investing universities' own money. Here I have to say we are an odd university in this sense. We are a foundation university built it up on a foundation. So the university has own money. The university has also the obligation to do something with their own money and to invest. And so the obligation is also the chance we have, not necessarily much, but we have some money to invest in the startups from the beginning on to support them, but also getting shares. And holding these shares gives us the opportunity also see precisely where the startup develops into, and influence it a little bit from time to time. At the rear end, we hope, but as I said, this is not the aim of the game to earn money. But for the startup, it's important if the university invests, because this is a clear sign that for other investors that the university believes in it. So this is the quality stamp. So it's not bad for the company. The majority of the startups and spin-offs would like to offer shares at nominal value, that the university is one kind of first investor with a certain quality stamp. Yeah, then you have to take care of the overall organization, supervision, operation of the premises the startups are in, that they have a very smooth start and they don't have to do everything themselves. Well, the establishment and the maintenance of the mentor network I mentioned already. This is a service we do. So if a startup company is about to start off, or before, if a founder even, or interested people having some kind of needs, then we try to find the right mentor from the right branch with the right experience. And sometimes also the mentors invest if they're active as a business angel. Yeah, last but not least, strategy, not only for the startup, but for your idea within the university dealing with startups, because then you also acting in the then you are acting in the world of economy, and you should make up your strategy. This leads me then to the guideline of our Goethe University in Frankfurt for the support of startups and participation in startups and participation guidelines. Since I haven't checked the chat, are some urgent questions?
At this point, no, but we are kind of tight on time. So in this regards, we have to do some kind of strategy also regarding that.
Yeah. So what I will offer you, well, I think I used my half an hour so far. I will just rush through the guideline here, and if somebody is interested, drop a line to Peter or to me, and you will get the guideline in English language of the, well, this is our policy, and you can use parts of it, or whatever you would like to do. You can also put it in the trash bin. If you put it in the trash bin, tell me, because maybe we can learn something for the version 2 or version 3 of the guideline here. I just rush through the next 3 minutes, and Peter, then I think lunch break can start. Well, Not yet. Okay, fine. Then the Goethe University would like to promote and support startups. This is the driving force, and they would like to do it through our incubator. So we everything concentrated in this incubator, and this is the phase. I said, well, one phase to the customer, and there is also one person to be called and to be pestered with their questions, and this person will then guide the guys through the university. Now, the initial goal was establish a uniform framework of conduct for members of the Goethe University, which I said, well, if there's somebody who might run into a conflict of interest, there is a framework now, and he, she, whoever can read themselves through this kind of policy and know what they're entitled to do. Now, the other driving force was ensuring compliance. We have certain local legislation, so the Hessian Higher Education Act, then the German laws regarding that from the Ministry of Science, but also the European Union and law we have to take care of. And this compliance rules and regulations went into the policy here. This was also driving force, having this policy. And last but not least, of course, having international competitive startup participation strategy to play an important role in the European university landscape. And all the large universities are setting it up or having set up this kind of policy, and the policy leads to the strategy. And so we feel much better set up here. The definitions of startups, as I said, we have two scenarios: the startup, the spin-offs, market and profit oriented, and they are basically founded based on IP, patents, patent applications, data, copyrights. And B, we have startups. They are coming mainly from the students with business ideas, where there is no IP from the Goethe University involved, but the knowledge from the people of the Goethe University. Having said that, at least one of the founders have to be from the Goethe University to get the support of the university. So either student, postdoc, PhD, administrative staff, professor, it doesn't matter, but they have to be part. Now, what do we offer? So our own technology transfer company, that's in Innovectis, we try really to help them where it goes. On debate, I talked about it. Let me just dash through. So we start with the market understanding and go down to develop business models together with our faculty of economics. And this is on an individual basis. The personnel framework conditions are quite tricky, and maybe there you can work with. So whoever has an employment relationship with the Goethe University is expected to quit this and go into the startup. So this is the regular case. Having said this, of course, there are always exceptions possible. As Paul said, if the conflict of interest is not a real conflict, but rather an alignment of interests, then there might be a possibility. But in general, the employment has to be terminated here by the founder. Now, and there's a whole section about conflict here. Since I don't have enough time, I think the whole talk is usually about 2.5 hours, so I skip that. Then we have the delimitation of business transactions, and this is because of the law. So all the transactions, all our investments and an end have to be on the arm's length principle, not to give the startups any kind of jump start, other than they have direct access to all these goodies. But in principle, they have to pay with the currency they have, either shares or when it comes later on to money, royalties, whatever. As a matter of principle, they have to pay rental or usage fee. And we have standard agreements for those guys in line of, these are cost plus, so that we are in line with the union framework of state aid from the European Union. But since there is a possibility getting this kind of cheap room, they use it, and it helps them a lot. Right of use, any kind of license or any kind of IP they are using, they have to get the license from the Goethe University. We are open to give them exclusive licenses, even if these are startups, because these are our startups. We would like to push them. And we are also open to not only give licenses, but also to assign the rights. If, for example, a venture capitalist steps in and would like to get the money, put the money in the company. Participation in companies, yes, Goethe University can, as I said, do direct investments or indirect divestments, so phantom shares are possible as well. How we do that, you can see we have 2 types of participations. So research and teaching participations, where the driving force and the goal of the Goethe University is just simply push the limits of research and teaching. And if this is of fundamental nature from the point of the Goethe University, for example, like e-learning or so, then of course this is a different driving force, and the Goethe University will be shareholder or majority shareholder of such kind of companies using the technology also for themselves. And then we have the transfer participations, where we have to transfer the technology into society. The decision-making process, very simple. So the research and teaching participations are held and managed directly by Goethe University. And when it comes to the transfer participations, they may held and managed directly by Goethe University, but not necessarily. It depends who will pay at the end. How it comes to it? Well, we write a recommendation according to the lines here, Innovectus in this case, and this kind of investment proposal will be agreed by the board or not. And once the board agreed, then the university will invest. So there is no lengthy decision process. And I think this is key. Well, if you have to walk to the ministry to get the approval of a startup, then you easily may lose half a year, and time is money. And in the time in between, the founder may be getting a super offer either in academia or industry, and the whole idea is dead. So the executive board decides. Fast decision-making process, can be even on a weekly basis. Criteria of requirements for participation are here. You can also have a read. Well, in case of spin-off, of course, the commercialization process is key. A business plan has to be there. and we are helping in the incubator working on this business plan, and of course we have to look into market and the sales. That's not rocket science, but this is well, a shoulder to the boulder work. You simply have to do it. And at least one member, as I said, of the founding team is a member of the Goethe University. This is a prerequisite. Now, since I'm running really out of time, I would like to stop here. I can give it to Peter, and Peter can share it with you. What I would like to mention at the very end is that we maximum can have 10%, 10 to 25% of shares in the company, or, well, this at least is a wish. If it's a good company, we would be even happy with 2 to 5%. And the limit comes from the 20K. So more than 20K, the university at nominal value is not permitted to invest. The real money comes through our venture capital fund, where I'm shareholder of, and I'm a general partner, where we have 60 million in place to invest in. And here I would like to stop. Thank you, and I hope I haven't bored you too much. I know that there was plenty of information, and I hope well, I can help you. If you or whoever now is in the audience would like to set up a policy, I can offer you, contact me. You find me on LinkedIn, Martin Radic. I think there is only one Martin Radic at LinkedIn. Still, all the others might be my relatives from somewhere, mainly Hungary, Croatia, or wherever we are in the world, Austria. And contact me, and I try to help. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. It was, yeah, really, it's a topic that, as I said to, at the beginning, we would need a week of such conferences, not in a day. Yeah, so we are doing our best. I know that you're doing your best as well. So thank you again for your presentation. We will, yeah, follow it. Actually, yeah, and keep you by the tongue, as as it said. So, but now let's go on. I would kindly invite Mr. Michael Mbogoro from Oxentia, UK, and he will give a presentation on the value of the university's IP. Mr. Mbogoro is a technology scouting and commercial due diligence specialist, and please, the floor is yours.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Peter.
Hi.
Hi. Just to confirm, since we are running a little bit late, how much time do I have? I'm happy to try and squish down the my presentation if possible.
Yeah, if you go within 20 minutes or 25 minutes, it's well enough. Yeah.
Okay, I will try my best. Right, yeah. So just a very, very brief introduction. My name is Michael. I'm a managing consultant at Oxentia. And for the first decade of our life, we were a division within Oxford University in the UK. And we since had became a spin-out of the university. And we are now an independent innovation management consultancy that has supported countless universities and governments, and also some corporates in their innovation management process. And a significant component of that work has been in intellectual property valuation, but also in spin-out creation and the discussion around licensing or equity. So I'll try and cover much of that over the next 20 minutes. In terms of what I'm going to talk about, I will stick to what you have in your agenda. We'll spend a little bit of time looking at valuation of patents, the license versus equity discussion, and then where we tend to go to find information around license rates, and the very tricky, challenging discussion around the allocation of equity between the founders, other contributors, and the university. Right. Okay. So when we think about valuing patents or intellectual property in general, the main focus is in, estimating the dollar value of the IP asset. And we tend to think about it as estimating the size of a pie. So in this case, we have an apple pie, and it's about finding the size of the pie and then how that pie is then divided between stakeholders. So stakeholders could be between the licensee and the licensor, between the management of a spin-out and the founders and the university. It could be between a company's management and investors as well. But within the context of a university technology commercialization, it's largely around structuring license deals, discussions around spinning out companies or fundraising. But as you can see at the bottom of the list, there are also some other reasons why you might value patents. And often many of these are within the corporate space, or when you have an established company, where we're talking about portfolio management. If you have a rather big portfolio of IP assets, it's when you're looking at management buyout, perhaps privatization. So there's a whole range of reasons why you might value intellectual property. Now, from our context, going back to the academic space, for all intellectual property that is undergoing commercialization, everyone, I think, in the audience here would first spend some time evaluating it to determine its potential. And this is typically against a wide range of criteria. And often the outputs of that evaluation allow you to determine what is the most appropriate route to market for the IP. So is it licensing? Is it spinning out? Is it sometimes perhaps abandoning that IP because it is either mediocre or obsolete? Sometimes it's, many of my conversations with academics tend to be, what you've developed is not cooked enough. You need to go back to the lab and spend a little bit more time. But ultimately, we very quickly make that determination based on this information, the information we get out of this exercise. And it tends to answer for us the question of, do we spin out, or do we license, or do we do something different? And when we are having that discussion, the criteria tends to be fairly straightforward. So if the technology is something that might only be applicable for one or two applications, it has an established market, it is perhaps maybe a little bit of an incremental improvement on existing technology, then licensing tends to be the easiest way forward. We tend to think about it as something, it is in many ways the path of least resistance for commercialization, licensing. Spin-outs tend to be a lot more work, and we often try to focus our efforts on technologies or IP that are platform technologies that can be deployed in lots of different areas, particularly in markets that have really high growth potential. And it makes it really much easier if the institution we are working with has access to some investment funding. So you'd find that some institutions have small pots of money from institutional translational funding pots, or access to translational funding from government sources, or there's a local investor community, or perhaps even someone like Martin and his organization, where if you have if you have an interesting enough technology and you have cleaned up the business model and the value proposition and all that, it makes it easier to consider spin-outs if there's someone who is close that you can talk to about perhaps getting some access. More recently, I would say, in the UK, since this is where a significant part of my experience has come from, we do have, there's a growth in social enterprises where a lot of universities have a primary focus on demonstrating impact, and therefore many of the research outputs can be commercialized through social enterprise, where yes, you can make money, but the point is to benefit the common citizen or the common man. And for any of these, we always essentially latch on some academic consulting, since with our perspective is that the academic is the powerhouse of cutting edge research and information, but also that experiential expertise that can help take these technologies to market. So in any of these routes to market, we would typically have some academic consulting. And this discussion around which one would you take is always within the context of other stakeholders. So the funders, the university, other collaborators, other founders, and also investors. Okay. Now, the subject of valuation itself. So this tends to be a little bit complicated for some. So the smaller the university, the less experience they might have in valuing technologies or intellectual property. Those that have significantly higher research income tend to have much more sophisticated methods, which can approach what you find in large corporates in terms of sophistication. The methods that are typically used within the university setting tend to be focused on three that I'll briefly talk about, but I should mention that there are several others that can be deployed, but they tend to be a little bit more complex and not always accessible to the typical university technology transfer office. So the first one, which is essentially the lowest hanging fruit and the one that is most the go-to approach that is used by TTOs, tends to be the cost approach. And here, the value of the IP is equal to the costs cost to develop and reproduce the intellectual property, and it's usually based on historical costs. So essentially, the amount of money and resources the university spent to develop the technology. And another way to look at it might be as a replacement. How much would it cost a company to conduct R&D, pay salaries, materials, legal costs to recreate the IP or the IP that has been developed by the university? So it tends to be an easy way to get to a number. The other approach, which is much more useful, is the market approach. And here, the value of the IP is equal to, I suppose, the average value of several similar transactions. And this is often applicable when the market for that technology or IP is well established and you have access to lots of similar transactions. So lots of licenses that have gone through of a relevant macroeconomic period. And what you then want to do is essentially it's like going into the market where you have an apple to sell and you want to determine the price of your apple. So you go to a market where there are many apple sellers and find what everyone else is selling it for, and then use that as a proxy to determine what your value should be, what your price should be. And there's some this approach tends to be favored by some investors because it really is what someone else will pay for your technology. So it tends to be reasonably good to defend. And the other approach, which is really quite powerful, is what we call the income approach. And here, the value of the IP is equal to the financial returns that will be generated over the useful lifetime of the IP. And the focus is strictly on the future cash flow derived from the IP. So what you see here is it's essentially a graphic representation of a cash flow where the values are negative in the pre-market stage. So this is where you're developing the IP to the market, and it goes positive when you start selling something. And it starts going down to zero as you approach the limit of the useful lifetime of the intellectual property, or you have some other market risks like competition, litigation, things of that sort. Now, there are other methods that are used. So a really powerful one is the real options approach, which tends to be quite good at addressing uncertainty. But in my experience, it tends to be used more by more sophisticated organizations that tend to do valuation quite often, and less so at the university TTO level. So in our experience of valuing intellectual property, we tend to recommend that anyone who's conducting valuation of IP takes a combination of the different approaches to ensure that you have a really robust, defensible approach when negotiating with potential licensees, investors, or even acquirers. So in a sort of M&A situation. And the idea is you have each of these methods might give you a slightly different value or a range of values, and where they might overlap might be a really good anchor point that you can use in discussions with potential buyers. Another point we tend to talk about is this. So what you're looking at here is an army sergeant who was caught up in some flash floods in Afghanistan. And at the moment, he's holding onto a strap that is quite literally his lifeline. And the question we tend to have in our minds is, how much do you think he'd be willing to pay for that rope that is essentially taking him to safety? And he would probably pay as much as you ask for, because the value of that rope is probably worth much more to him than it does to you and me. And so the analogy here is that when we are thinking about developing a value for a technology or an IP, and then using that value in negotiations, we need to have a reasonable understanding of what the buyer has at stake. What is that pain point the buyer has that may be significantly greater than the price, the number that we have come up with in our valuation. And this can be something you might extract from them through either discussions with them or having a really good understanding of that industry and having good networks in that space. So you have a really intimate understanding of the licensees or the buyer's perspective. All right. An area that tends to be a little bit tricky is, while we are talking about several different methods of IP valuation, it is important to note that the quality of the information you have has a direct impact on the robustness of the valuation. So where do you find comparable transactions for the market approach? How do you get the development cost for R&D that you might use in the income approach? How do you find competing technologies that have been licensed that you can use as reference points? What are reasonable terms that you can negotiate from? So we find that, we would look at all of these sources of information, and the true strength is in maintaining a rich source that is live, that is kept up to date. And in my personal experience, the three most powerful areas tend to be professional networks, the people you know, so tech transfer offices, associations, they tend to be really powerful. Very good rapport with an interested buyer. They might be able to reveal some interesting information about how they will develop the technology. And also discussions with key opinion leaders or subject area experts. So these are people who are essentially in the middle of the action in industry or in that particular technology area, and that can share with you insights that can be really powerful in constructing that valuation approach. Right? So let's assume you've decided that you've had an evaluation and you've evaluated the technology, you've valued it, and you determine that what you want to do, or the most appropriate route to market, is essentially licensing. Now, a typical license agreement will cover a lot of terms, as you can see here on the left-hand side, and each of these must be negotiated with different parties. Now, for the purposes of what we are talking about, we'll stick to the financial terms. And as you can appreciate from the context of a university, the licensor, the IP owner, essentially wants to be paid quite a lot of money and upfront. And the opposite would be true for the licensee. So the task here is to come up with an equitable approach to determine how much of the pie goes to which party, right? So we will go back to our pie. We tend to think of it in this way. Often, because university developed IP is often reasonably early stage, around TRL 3 to 6, depending on which department you're in. In most cases, the larger piece of the pie is likely to go to the licensee. And the smaller piece is where you might find all the financial terms, and that is the one that goes to the licensor. Now, when we are talking about negotiating an equitable slice, this is based on our perception of the technology's value, so the size of the pie, the technology maturity, so TRL levels, the risk profile during development, market potential. And because it's early stage, it is therefore inherently quite risky, and therefore often, not all the time, but often the universities cannot appropriate a significant portion of the future value. And that's because the greatest risk and cost remains with the licensee, those who pull in that technology into their portfolio and develop it to market. So in terms of how this pie is split, what is the percentage of licensee to licensor? We have spent a little bit of time talking to, licensees companies that pull in technologies into their portfolio at different stages of maturity. And we find a sort of rough guide tends to look something like this, where, at a really early stage, the university might be able to get about 10%, but as you approach the market, it becomes significantly more. And these numbers here, towards the later stage of the maturity, they're hugely negotiable. There's a lot of room for the university to push back and appropriate a significant portion of the future value, right? But these are essentially indicators. In terms of licensing royalty rates in particular, it is now a little bit easier than it used to be. There are several technology transfer associations, such as the LES, Autumn, and a few others that have certain tools and repositories for their members and other customers to access. So here, what that means is they would run surveys through their membership, and people and TTOs can feed in information on sanitized information on license royalty rates that they have negotiated for specific technology areas. And this table here is just a simple indicator from a table from a survey done a few years ago, where at that time, about 55% of license deals in aerospace were negotiated for around 5 to 10% royalty rates. And I think this is then updated every so often. There's a book that you might be able to buy. I think they renew this every year, and it is quite thick, and it will cost you about, I think it was about $800. That has quite a lot of information about these royalty rates. So there's much more information about determining royalty rates than there ever was in the past. So it's a good place to start. For the last 2 minutes or so, I wanted to spend a little bit of time on allocation of equity in spinouts. Now, this is quite an interesting subject, and there's often very little consensus between institutions. And in fact, there's very little consensus between different countries in Europe, and even within countries, very little consensus. All discussions about equity splits are often, they must be channeled through, your university policies. And if I stick to UK as a sort of example here, historically in the UK, equity split discussion was very inflexible. So universities used to impose an equity split that was essentially set in stone. So where they say it is 50-50, and it would be impossible to move. But over the last 10 years or so, there's been significant pressure from researchers themselves, where they feel they're not being incentivized enough to spin out companies, also from government as well as investors, and this has shifted this position. And now most universities in the UK will state a starting point. So they might say something like, our equity split is 50-50, but that is a starting point. So founders and other contributors can then build a case and negotiate more favorable terms. And in addition, universities have developed a support offering for the founders. So on the one hand, the researchers can carry the weight of much of the spin-out creation process with very little support from the university. And in such a case, the founders can demand quite a significant amount of equity in the company created. However, if they receive a significant amount of support in terms of building the business model, validating market demand, finding and securing experience management, securing funding, lots of other things, the university can then claim at least as much equity as the founders and other contributors, right? So there was a recent study done, I think in 2020 in the UK, that sort of compares, that showcases this diversity of approaches. And you might find something that looks like this, where, under this column, you have, percentage allocated to the university, and you can see the values go from 20 to 60, 50, and there's a determination whether those percentages are based on, is it pre or post investment? Are these percentages dilutable? Essentially, do you get a smaller piece of the pie if you get further investment down the line? Is that for arm's length license? So arm's length means when you license to an independent company that has nothing to do with the university, as opposed to licensing the technology to the spin-out, which is more likely to be royalty-free, and lots of other parameters. And as you can see, these values really change quite dramatically as you go across. So what are we getting from all this? What we are hearing is that there is no consensus, and each university would have to really think about what the starting point should be based on their unique environment and unique position. It might be that some are, very keen, a very strong medical department, and therefore the policies they have in their equity split are very linked to what happens in life sciences industry in general, as opposed to some that are engineering schools, which might have a shorter lead time, but maybe quite capital intensive, but in a very short amount of time. So there are lots of examples that one can borrow from that you can then use as a starting point to determine what should work well and what for your institution. Yeah. And if you want to learn more, I'm going to be sharing these slides, but the report reference is down here, so you can read it to your satisfaction. And just a quick summary. I don't know if I need to. Generally, there are a number of approaches to valuation. These are the most used at the moment, but there are some others that are coming in as TTOs become more sophisticated. There's lots of information you can get around royalty rates, licensing rates, and it's really about the strength of your network and associations and access to these sources of information that can help you build that robust valuation for your IP. And finally, the process of equity split between contributors and the university is absolutely chaotic. There is no consensus. It is largely linked to your unique environment in your institution, but there are some guidelines that you can follow and lots of examples out there that can allow you to have a really good starting point or strengthen the position that you currently have. Okay, I'm going to stop now in the interest of time. I've gone over by a minute or two. If you have any comments, questions that you'd like around the valuation, IP splits and whatnot, please feel free to get in touch with me through either directly or through Peter, and I'd be happy to respond to any questions.
Thank you for being so kind with the time, but as a gift, you will be given a questions actually. Yeah. So maybe in that sense, maybe before going to the chats and to the comment of Dr. Covey, maybe let's go a little back. Yeah. So there was a question regarding if the IP is in kind of public domain, and we kind of trying to focus only on know-how, and as a mean of being transferred to a spin-off. Do you have any experiences or comments regarding that?
I suppose know-how is, you're right, this is probably the more it's the more intangible space, but what we would in some ways the valuation process is not dissimilar. I mean, when we are thinking about valuing a patent, that's one thing. But it's not what we say that one man is not an island. The IP in itself is valuable, yes, but it's the expertise that the academic or the inventor brings to the table to take that IP to the market. That's where really substantial value is. So what we do with that is we'll probably calculate some sort of day rate that allows that know-how to be transferred into the spin-out or to the licensee. And that might be, I don't know, pick a number, €1,000 a day for 3 days a month for 6 months. something like that. So that would be a way of valuing the know-how component. Other ways would be to instigate the transfer of that knowledge into manuals, into books, into devices, into methodologies and processes that can then be handed over as a tangible thing to the company or the organization that will be taking that that to market. And in some ways, it can be considered similar to what do you call it? Willpower is not the word. Goodwill in some ways, where the quality of management, their experience has an intrinsic value when you're looking at valuing companies, which is separate from the assets the company might have. So it can get quite complex, but from the approach, from the perspective of a university, we might be able to squeeze that into a consulting rate that you latch onto a license deal or a spin out, which allows the value of experience and problem solving to be used by the company bringing in early stage technology.
Well, great. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, actually. Yeah, and there was a question from Dr. Covey. So she commented on equity splits, the issue of the spin-off remaining on SME for funding eligibility in one. I encounter a lot with smaller universities, Lithuania, for example. Yeah.
So let me see if I understand that. So there's a bit of a category shift. So once you are a company of a certain size, you are no longer eligible for certain government grants or certain certain funding opportunities, right? So this is absolutely the case. So there might be a strategy where universities might either delay the creation of spin-outs or keep spin-outs to a certain size or create a sort of shell company, essentially avenues that allow the spin-out or company to be in a status that allows for that funding to still be eligible. But I think it was a lot more free before, and I think these are loopholes that are being closed by some governments, but because they see it as a way for money to leak out of the system and not support those who are truly at that cusp of just creation, and they're not strong enough to be independent. But yes, it's an interesting area for sure.
Yeah, and we might deep dive in the Q&A section just after the program, so near the end. But now, thank you again, Mr. Mgoro. And now we go from UK to Poland, and we will proceed with the presentation of a best practice example from Poland. I'm already inviting Ms. Magda Kordon, CEO and co-founder of Into DNA company from Poland. So yeah, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation. I hope you can hear me okay. Let me share the screen maybe to share some slides to back up my story before I start the introduction. Can you please confirm that everything works fine? Perfect. Yeah, so again, my name is Magda, and I'm the CEO and the founder of Into DNA. We're a biotech startup company that is based in Krakow in Poland. We started our journey in 2017, and everything actually started at the university, at the Ljubljana University in Krakow. I'll get to that in a second. We developed, and we keep developing and expanding the novel technology Stride. I will give you a bit of introduction to that in a minute. And we're working with big pharma and biotech companies supporting their drug discovery and drug development process in the space of oncology drug development. Right now, also entering some more, some areas of neurodegenerative diseases as well, longevity biomarkers development, etc. But how everything started. So as I've already mentioned, we have our roots at the university in the lab of this man that you can see here in the image, Jurek Dobrucki. So everything started among those four people, the four co-founders of Into DNA, and in the Department of Cell Biophysics at the Ljubljana University in Krakow, where the four of us were running research on DNA, the biology of DNA in so to speak, in general. So we were particularly interested in the biology of chromatin, biology of cell nucleus, biology of the DNA damage induction as well as the biology of DNA damage repair. And what we were investigating actually were both, we looked at the DNA, we wanted to quantify the DNA breaks, we wanted to understand the mechanisms of how the cells, the tissues are responding to that, because we need to first realize that DNA, as we're now talking, is keeps getting broken in every cell of our body. And there can be single-stranded DNA breaks that occur spontaneously or double-stranded DNA breaks that occur spontaneously. So why does that break? Obviously, that's a natural next question that comes to the game. So first of all, there are certain mechanisms in our organisms that are causing certain level of stress, like oxidative stress, that is directly inducing DNA damage, and it's linked to the metabolism of our body. But also there are multiple different factors, external factors, that may cause DNA breaks, right? So we have either UV radiation, if we think of even sunlight, if we think of air pollution or any type of pollution, any chemicals that we may be interacting with, or simple habits some people have, like smoking or drinking. These are all the factors that may affect the balance of the background levels of DNA damage in our cells in our body. So DNA is an extremely important molecule. It's the molecule of heredity, it's the molecule of life, right? And actually it has been calculated and quantified that one single molecule can get broken even 3,000 times per day in a single human cell. So fortunately, our cells, they do have mechanisms that are established, that are responsible for DNA repair and an immediate response to the DNA damage. And that's extremely important because it's guaranteeing the integrity and the stability of the molecule so that we can pass it over to the daughter cells, etc. Right? But the key question comes, what happens if, for example, this balance gets disturbed, or what happens if this balance even gets disturbed at the endogenous level? So as as it goes, without any external factors or without any external power. And this is what we were particularly interested in at the university. So we wanted to look at some of the spontaneous phenomena that may happen in cells, in human cells, that are not actually, externally induced, that are actually causing a very subtle disturbance of this background level of DNA damage in the cells that leads eventually to, neurodegenerative diseases, or lead eventually to the evolutionary development of cancer, or the let's say premature aging of the cells. And the key question we were asking was actually, what were the numbers of DNA breaks, the low numbers of DNA breaks that may actually already be pretty impactful. And none of the existing methods to label the DNA breaks and quantify the DNA breaks could deliver reliable results to us. So the key issues we had were related to their low sensitivity. That resulted in low precision, poor validation. We didn't want to use methods that were prone to artifacts that would potentially induce additional DNA breaks. We wanted really to have a very good insight, direct insight into what is going on in a single cell, in a single human cell, especially the ones derived from human body. So, we needed also a tool that would be direct, as I've mentioned, because we could use some methods that would be sort of showing us some effects of DNA damage occurrence, but that would enable us to actually really quantify the DNA breaks and establish those background levels of DNA damage, label them directly, and really quantify what is actually happening in the cell nucleus. So we got pretty frustrated as the scientists back then, and because we wanted to publish the data. Actually, it wasn't just us who were asking those questions. The reviewers of our papers, they were asking those questions. Whenever we went to a conference, we would be asked those questions, whether we can provide a direct proof that there were real DNA breaks, first of all, and then quantify those DNA breaks. And at some point, we came up with an idea. And that was the moment when actually this technology that is these days called STRIDE was born. STRIDE stands for Sensitive Recognition of Individual DNA Ends, and it is a fluorescence-based platform technology for direct labeling and detection of DNA ends that occur at the sites of DNA breaks. So DNA is like a thread. If we cut it, we have two ends on both sides of the break that we're capable of directly labeling and then quantifying, given the characteristics of the technology and its level of specificity and sensitivity. We're actually capable of even labeling individual DNA breaks. So that's an exemplary image. You can see this is a real human cell nucleus where we labeled individual double-strand DNA breaks inside the nucleus. So you can see how easy it is to quantify it. And this is the first ever method like this and the first ever approach like that that is capable of, first of all, labeling directly the DNA damage and then providing such a powerful and quantitative tool in order to actually reflect the results in the numbers. So now a bit of history. So how actually then everything evolved? I mean, because I'm telling you a story of a group of scientists at the university who needed a tool to actually address their needs, their scientific needs. They came up with an idea that was the eureka moment when we actually realized in the lab that it worked. And we started using it as a research tool simply, right? And developing it as a research tool. During the development, we did realize that it might have a bit more of a potential of just the, our internally used tool for our internal research. We got some interest from some external labs from different universities. Some of our collaborators back then, they were pretty interested in this new solution. So that started sort of like building, let's say, we were pretty convinced that there must be something beyond just the, academia and beyond just the research that we were actually, the projects that we were actually running back then. So we decided to actually file a patent application, and that was done in collaboration with the university. I'll tell you about the structure of the whole IP protection in a bit. But that was also sort of like a period between the 2015 and 2017 when we kept developing and investing in the technology development in collaboration, like close collaboration, obviously, with the university. We were preparing the patent application, but then in the meantime, we did realize that if we want to build something big, and we really want to make Stride ultimately become this primary tool that is going to be used for the DNA damage analysis, which is pretty important in multiple different areas. We have to think of something more and think bigger in general. We have to think of probably running our own business, starting our own company to, it was like our baby. So we thought that we were the best fit in order to make sure that this baby is going to be all right, right? So in 2017, we incorporated into DNA. It was late 2017. It was right after the patent application, which happened in August, and we started the company early in October. And what's interesting is that we decided to pick a pathway where we would do it, we would build an entity that would be entirely independent of the university. So there would be no, university would have no shares in the company. The only interesting thing was that there was a pretty interesting structure of our IP. Maybe I'll get to that here because it will give you a better picture of how it worked. So we decided to file an international PCT patent application, and it happened, as I mentioned, in August 2017. And what's pretty interesting is that there were two applicants. So there were two owners of the IP. It was the university and me, because I was a student back then. I was a PhD student back then. And apparently there were no rules that would be sort of like transferring automatically the IP that will be created during, like when having an invention onto the university. So I decided that was my personal decision to co-develop it in collaboration with the university, invest in the IP development as well and IP protection. And obviously, the inventors that were listed on the patent application, there were four of us. It was myself, Mirek, Kamil, and Professor Dobrutsky. So what is the current status of the whole IP development? So obviously it's a long process, but maybe before we get to where we are in the application itself, at some point we needed to transfer the entire IP onto the company, and it was a transaction between InterDNA, which happened in 2018. Which required, it was a royalty-based IP transfer transaction deal agreement where we purchased the IP, the chunk of the IP or rights that university had to this particular invention, and we incorporated into the InterDNA company. And I did like the natural transfer of my IP in return on the shares of the company. It happened in 2019, so very soon after. the IP was transferred from the university. So we're currently further developing the IP portfolio and patent applications. We have more inventions, which are the inventions derived from the platform, Stride platform, that was initially invented. We're working with the patent attorneys in the UK. The choice of the right patent attorneys was, I would say, pretty significant in terms of running this process effectively moving forward, but also cost effectively. So I would say that whenever running a company, especially if you're a small business, this is one of the most important decisions you have to make when building value around IP and then trying to protect it in the right way. And we're currently actually in some areas of the world, we're already finalizing the process, but we're already at this stage, at the national stage of obtaining the national protections in individual areas, including Europe, US, Canada, Australia, Japan, China, Hong Kong, South Korea. So then in 2018, how things evolved. So we kept, collaborating with the university. Some of us were still hired and working as the employees of the universities, but we started our journey in the accelerator in BioCity UK, where we actually became an overall winner of their demo day. So that was the time when actually we started running a real market customer research. And that was actually the year, which is a pretty breakthrough for us, because it wasn't even a year after we incorporated the business when we actually closed the first deal and we had the first transacting customer and we generated the first revenue. So we came to the accelerator having a long list of ideas like scientists without any proof that it's going to work, but we wanted to do it all. But very soon we understood that we need a focus and we needed to understand which were the most promising target markets, beachhead markets that we're going to approach, and what business model we're going to incorporate into the company. So the two areas, the two markets that were the most interesting to us was in fertility diagnostics and the oncology market, oncology drug development market, which is called DDR therapeutics. So it's a targeted therapeutics development market where the therapeutics, the medicines are targeting DNA damage response in cancer cells specifically. So we ended up actually the accelerator signing up the first deal with the biotech business from the UK, with a biotech company from the UK that was developing as one of the leaders in the field of DDR therapeutics development. And that was the moment actually when we realized that there was this market, this particular market that was there. It had very similar need to the need we had at the university. They also needed a biomarker to directly label DNA breaks and quantify those DNA breaks in order to prove the mechanism and efficiency of action of their drugs. And it was actually, I would say that there was no risk, but the risk was very low to actually enter this market and start the transactions, especially that we immediately saw like a hilarious traction and huge traction in the market there. So we've given up on the infertility diagnostics market and we focus purely on the business development within the field of DDR therapeutics, offering a service, a customized service to those customers based on our proprietary technology, Stride, where we would be investigating the mechanisms of action of their drugs, doing the screening of their drugs, running their PD analysis of their drugs, including also the translational analysis of human patient-derived material. So maybe I'll skip this part because I know that we're a little bit limited on the time today. It was a little bit of an introduction to this particular market to make it better understandable to you, but it's maybe as a highlight, it's just worth understanding that people within the field of DDR therapeutics and targeted therapeutics, they're specifically inventing methods or technologies to really specifically target cancer cells without affecting normal cells, which is going to be probably a huge breakthrough in any oncology drug development in the future. So they figured out that they could, based on the profile, genetic profile of the cancer cells, they could tailor the treatment in such a way that only the cancer cells would be affected. They would be dying because of the accumulation of DNA damage, because they would be incapable of repairing this DNA damage, whereas the normal cells would be still dealing with that. So how could we help them, right? So they were suffering from multiple problems, and that was a part of our BioCity journey, the accelerated journey, where we needed to identify the problem and then find the right solution to it. So to understand, well, what is our product market fit, right? So they had no precise and reliable tools for direct DNA damage detection. So they were running out of any accurate and sensitive PD or functionality biomarkers, as I mentioned, both on the level of preclinical development as well as clinical development. They also needed tools, and they still need tools, in order to stratify patients. So as I said, these therapies are targeted. So they need to really well qualify the recipient, the patient, based on their genetic profile, but not only the genetic profile, but actually also their functional features of the cancer cells. And that's the gap, actually. They need functional biomarkers as well in order to run the proper predictive biomarkers that's going to enable them to run proper patient selection, patient stratification. So basically, before we got in touch with them, we understood that they had issues with long and costly drug development process, because they had to use hundreds different methods in order to get the answer to a single question. They actually had some issues in finding proper and actually proving proper indications for the drugs. And obviously, again, the poor patient stratification was actually pretty critical for any successful targeted therapies development. So when we came to them with Stride, the value we offered to them was the first thing, that we were offering a method that is at least 100 times more sensitive than any other method that could be used for direct labeling of DNA breaks or any other PD biomarker they may think of. We were providing them with a direct detection and actually straightforward calculation, quantification of DNA breaks, which was pretty critical for them, because everything comes down to the numbers, right? And the proper measurement window. We have capability of, looking at different types of DNA breaks, so they could elucidate the mechanisms of action of their drugs. And also we're offering a phenotypic predictive biomarker that will enable them to really functionally assess the response of the cancer cells to the treatments. And actually, we do have already some, let's say, proof points where we were able to actually speed up pretty significantly the process of decision making in the biotech businesses from this area, from this field, where, for instance, we came to one of our early customers. They had been struggling with a list of questions for like a year and a half before they met us. And once we started working with them, it was in 2019, they actually got the answers to those questions within a period of 3 months. So that was a pretty significant and impactful thing for them. And they've been working with us since then until now. They are one of our, let's say, longest lasting recurring customer. So the period between 2017 and 2019, that was actually the time when we still collaborated with the university in a way that, as I mentioned, some of us were still hired at the university, but some of us, actually, I had to make that decision to quit at some point and decide to focus on the business. But we also had a lot of support in terms of the lab space availability and the infrastructure. So we got a pretty good deal from them to rent the space, to rent the infrastructure in order to start, the transacting with our customers, running the first services there, running the first projects there, and also still focusing on the development of the technology. In 2020, we got our own office, our own lab, and actually right now we're at the stage of having additional space, expanding. So 2020, 2021 were the years of the new labs. Actually first we had to establish them, but then we were sort of like started growing and we started expanding also. That was done in a biohub that is close to the university, by the way. It was influenced and it's partially dependent on the Yale University. It's called Life Science Park. So this is a very nice space that is offering infrastructure, lab space, offices to the startups like ours from the biotech area. So just to briefly give you the overview of the following years, in 2019, we raised our first seed round. We then, obviously, naturally, we had new partners that joined the business, and they were extremely valuable people with their expertise, supporting our further business model development, market validation, and actually the beginning of scaling of sales. We continued our collaboration with Biocity UK. And basically, we first focused on the preclinical development of the drugs. But right now we're at the stage where we're actually also covering the screening and the drug discovery, and entering right now the clinical trials. We've just signed off the first contract where we're going to be analyzing clinical samples with one of our partners. 2020 was the follow-up Series A round. So we raised another chunk of money to speed up some of the processes, but mostly focusing on actually speeding up the sales scaling process and the growth of the team. That was also pretty important here because we had a paper published in Nucleic Acids Research that was revealing the principles of stride technology. So that was the first time when publicly was available, that the information on the stride was available to like globally, actually. And that was a pretty big year for us as the company, and that happened pretty soon for us because that was the year when we became profitable, and we've stayed profitable since then, even though we bear quite a lot of investment. So this is the paper I did mention. It was a very nice moment when we started having like inbounds from people who read the paper and they wanted to try get the access to the technology, and they started reaching out to the company directly. And we're actually, that was the moment when we started scaling the team. And right now we're at the stage where there are 25 people in the company, in the lab space, plus the advisors and the supervisory board of the company as well. So 2021 was the continuous revenue and business scaling. It was also a pretty important year to make some decisions on entering new markets. So we went beyond the DDR therapeutics market. We went into radiopharmaceuticals, immuno-oncology, signed first contracts. And what we're currently offering to our customers are as I've said, we're targeting mostly DDR therapeutics, but also operating within the field of immuno-oncology, radiotherapeutics. This year, we're actually scaling within these areas. And we're offering both early preclinical service that enables them to investigate their mechanisms of action, find the most potent drug candidates. So it's being used for the screening. But it also can be used for the screening of new indications, investigation of new combinatorial treatments, and understanding mechanisms of resistance. And it happens actually within the space of approved drugs like PARP inhibitors, well known like as olaparib, Lynparza, for instance, or niraparib that have been actually available in the market for some time already. So we're also involved in pretty much advanced preclinical translational research. So this is the stage where our customers are using stride as their PD biomarker or a predictive biomarker. And next big thing, as I've said, is to really scale within the clinical space, to start scaling our clinical offering. As I mentioned, we have just signed the first clinical deal with one of our partners from Switzerland. So we're having actually 3 types of customers. We're working both with academia, but other partners are from within small, mid-sized biotech or big pharma companies. We're working globally. So actually we only have 1 customer from Poland. All others are based in Canada, US, UK, Germany, Switzerland, as I mentioned. Some of them are the companies like within the biotech area. They're the companies that are rather small, even some virtual companies that tend to outsource the majority of their activities. But some of them are actually mid-sized biotechs that are already publicly listed companies on NASDAQ, for instance. One of them is a good example, actually, IDEA. These are the names of the companies that we can share. All the others are actually under NDAs and CDAs, so we cannot actually reveal the collaborations with them. So we're engaged in the development of 8 different types of new next generation DDR drugs, and we're also investigating already approved inhibitors like PARP inhibitors, as I've already mentioned. And we are having currently quite a robust and broad service portfolio, technology portfolio that we're offering. What we very often do with our customers is that we develop new assays based on the platform, following their needs and following their actually expectations, trying to really tailor these assays according to their problems. So what next? In 2022 is a big year for us as every year for a startup company, but we were continuing our company's growth, revenue growth, both as well as team growth. As I mentioned, we have just expanded and we have just opened our new office as well. So we're currently having 2 localizations. We're having, we're scaling within the space of DDR therapeutics as well as immuno-oncology and radiopharmaceuticals. And the big thing, the biggest thing is, I believe, are the clinical trials. So for the upcoming years, there are, there are plenty of strategic decisions to be made, but basically there are a few areas that we want to focus on. Is for sure scaling within clinical services. And we want to, scale maybe our offering in terms of biomarker development. That's purely linked, closely linked to clinic. We really want to, invest a lot of time and effort and money, and we keep doing that. We've kept doing that for the last several years in the continuous technology development and the continuous value development, and that also affects the value of the IP that stands behind the business. And we want to explore new markets, enter new markets, and also consider productization of the technology in the coming few years from now. So ultimately, we want to get to the place where actually STRI is going to become a new litmus test in DNA damage detection and DNA breaks analysis, actually wherever DNA damage detection matters. And it's, there are many more areas that we could even think about up front where actually DNA's integrity is critical for the success. So thank you so much for your attention. And I'm happy to answer any questions. I won't be able, unfortunately, to join the Q&A session later today, but I hope we still have maybe a couple of minutes to...
Yeah, sure. All the best to you, and amazing presentation, best practice examples, which sets in a way a lighthouse for our work and motivation. Yeah. And thank you again for your presentation, but at least I have a quick question for you, and I'm between a break, a lunch, and so I'm going to be quick. So considering you as a researcher and entrepreneur, what support do you think was the tipping point in your journey, and from whom?
There isn't a simple answer. I think that every stage is... there's different value that's needed. I think that, as I mentioned, the partners in the business, first partnering with the university and a lot of support when we were struggling at the very beginning. We had nothing, right? We only had the idea. We were not raising rounds at the moment when we incorporate the company. We were just doing the market research. We started having some traction with the market, but we needed still investment in the technology development, the support where we could, gets easy access to the infrastructure, easy access to the labs. Also, the I would say mental support in a way from the university in the first years of our operations. That was very, very, very helpful and super supportive. I'd say that later on when we started developing, I think that for me personally, for instance, when we joined the accelerator, that was a great catalyst of actually my personal transformation from being a scientist and having a very research-like thinking about things into becoming an entrepreneur, but still, staying like a scientist deeply in my heart. Because without science, we're strongly rooted in science and research. So we cannot just, quit and just become a salesman, a businessman, whatever, right? But going through that transformation and, starting a new journey, like a personal journey, that was pretty awesome to have people around me who would share their experience, who would motivate me to do that. And I would say that the moment when the new investors and new partners in the business joined, who had great experience, interestingly, they are outside from the biotech world. They're all from the IT world, but they had their entrepreneurial experience, which was, it was invaluable, actually. It was super precious to spend hours talking to them, asking them questions, listening to their guidance. Sometimes we would fight because we would not agree with them, but ultimately we would say, okay, they were right, because it's all about, their experience and their own journey they had gone through before they joined into DNA. I would say that was one of the pivoting point for also for me personally, but also for the business as well.
Thank you. Thank you for insights and sharing, all this wealth of information with us. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for the invitation again. And if you have any questions, anyone wants to reach out, we keep also recruiting. So I encourage you to visit our website. If anyone's interested, just please, either reach out to me directly or, or through the contact form on the website. So thanks a lot.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Now it's time for a break, a little bigger one for lunch, but make sure you come back. We will talk about incentives for researchers and opportunities for proof of concept funds coming in our region very soon. And also we have a special guest from WIPO. So in that sense, I leave you to your break.
Welcome back. I will wait maybe a minute or two for people to rejoin us, and we'll start with our last part of the conference. I have also put in the chat the latest program. Somebody asked for the program of the conference, so you can access to it in the chat. Okay, so then let's start. I hope you have enjoyed your lunch break and that you are ready for this final session. So we'll tap now into innovation culture in a way, because we're going to talk about incentives for researchers. I would like to welcome Ms. Olga Spasic, Head Technology Transfer Section, IP for Innovators Department, IP and Innovation Ecosystem Sector at World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO. She will give an interesting presentation on incentives for researchers to take an active role in technology transfer. And also WIPO is preparing a guide on this topic, and this is why we invited Olga, and also, of course, because she has been very active in this region for her entire career. And welcome, Olga, and please, the floor is yours. Yes, now it's perfect.
Good. Well, hello, everybody. I'm so happy to be here today. We hear new things and we hear so many information, even from the people that we work usually, like I do work with Michael on IP Valuation Guide, which is one of the publications we are going and tools we are going to offer to universities and technology transfer offices. But however, every time in this kind of a conferences, we learn from others, and it's a great opportunity. And thank you very much to Ljubljana and to Maribor universities to organize this. I know you're not alone in this; you had the partners, but however, these are the main forces here. So, why incentivizing researchers? What do we really want from them? And like Bill Gates would say, we want incentives for creative people to still exist, and to at the creation level, you want as much creativity to take place in the future as took place in the past. So we would like, not only on the level of a country or on the level of institution, to assure that we are going to live in a better world in the future. And for that, we desperately need creators. And in many countries, these creators are still living in universities and research institutions, although they are, of course, present in a big companies, but they are still researchers. They are still creative people we would like to incentivize to continue doing great job. So what do we actually expect from them? The most interesting part of the basket that researchers can offer to the university and to the community is their knowledge. knowledge and also know-how. So we're expecting from them to produce high quality research results, because from the commercialization point of view, this is the condition sine qua non. We can sell only something which is exceptional and has exceptional quality and value, and this is not. There are cases where we can do it in a different way, but this is sine qua non condition. And then this know-how and knowledge. It is proven through different surveys and through different communications with businesses that what they want the most and what they are ready to pay the most is knowledge and know-how. So we want them to all the time create new knowledges, more in line with the demands and more in line with the technological and social development of a community. But this is a permanent process that we expect them to follow. Then to disclose to TTO, also to collaborate with the others, to collaborate with other academicians, to collaborate with other universities. Collaboration also showed to be one of the best ways to resolve even IP valuation problems. When you don't know where to find the information, how now, and where to find economic even information, you address to whom? To your colleagues, even to competitors. You address to whom? To your network, to the community of technology managers. So this academic collaboration, even it is not in many, how to say, it is not a condition in many metrics, it is not a condition in many employment acts, but it is more and more important. Of course, to assist technology transfer offices in evaluation, who better than researchers would know what is the potential market for this technology, who are the players on that market, how the market is growing. So having them next to you when you are doing evaluation and valuation is a great thing. In protection, of course, providing information about technology and marketing, they would identify easily who are the players, who are competitors, even if they don't have sophisticated tools, but they know everything about the area where they do the research. And then support in further commercialization, in licensing, and creation of university spin-offs. Why they are not always ready to help us? And I have to say that the situation is changing, and this is actually making our task to create a guide on incentives difficult, because creating a good guide and providing like a best practices is becoming like a moving target. People are changing, habits are changing, especially after the COVID, and now we should take into consideration that we start speaking seriously about technology transfer in Europe, late 80s and starting in 90s. And we had at that time different profile of professors than today. I think that the new generation of researchers and professors are more open. But however, they have reluctance to disclose inventions. It is not always because they are lazy or they couldn't care less. It is because the system is not good enough to absorb the information that they are disclosing. Then reluctance to allocate time for IP commercialization. They would like to publish. This is also relevant as a challenge, but also can be influenced by other challenges coming from institutional point of view. Then true career development criteria are still based on a number of publications. In most universities it is not balanced, it is not made in line with the results on the level of technology transfer. There is no general culture of technology transfer and like a success stories and the model to align with. You're aligning with your professors in the past being well known for the certain technologies, but not for their business successes. So most of the universities are still lacking this culture change. lack of skilled support. If you have 2-3 persons in the technology transfer office, you don't have adequate support, you are discouraged, and then they have a little personal knowledge about intellectual property. So there is a kind of a personal and institutional interaction, which is making for the researchers a slightly difficult situation to decide, okay, I'm going into the commercialization. And today, this is not interest anymore of only university. We are living in interacting ecosystems. This small world, this is because I'm not very talented to make PowerPoint presentations, that should be the biggest one. But there is interaction of some global ecosystem to the national ecosystem, where this university should find its place and interact with all innovation stakeholders and factors which are creating, which are providing funding, which are providing support, infrastructures, legal frameworks. So these linkages are very important to say that there is the interest of on the national level to incentivize these researchers, but there is an interest on the world level. This COVID situation showed us we are interactive puzzle, and if something is happening in one side of the world, all the world is going to be in an earthquake situation. So there is a kind of interest of community as a whole to support researchers to be able to respond to the challenges as it was COVID pandemic. And then specific objective for the technology managers and for the leadership of the university is to think how on institutional level they can really make it happen in a motivated and continuously motivated way, because certain measures are sometimes introduced because we want quickly or to respond, like to the COVID, and then they disappear when the situation disappeared, the measure disappear. So I believe that there is a kind of a interactive interest on the multilateral level, world, if you want, like it is in biodiversity protection. I just entered into the project on genetic resources licensing, and I start learning about different kind of rules which are applicable in biodiversity area negotiations, where you want to be sure that the biodiversity is going to be conserved, that it is going to be used in a sustainable way, and that it is going to be benefit sharing. So because of the interest of the international community, there are certain mechanisms and certain incentives which are envisaged on the international level. Then on the regional level, as we saw today, there is a number of measures which are adopted in order to support regional innovation and IP commercialization. Then the government, and then it comes to the university. In IP policies, we should include incentives. So who should think about incentives? To be honest with you, I'm sharing my thoughts and our challenges as developers of this guide, because more you think, more you are becoming aware that that it is a process in which everybody has to take place in order to create a system which would be favorable and which will take the best of the creative people. Researchers, of course, they should think about, and our challenge in developing this guide is what researchers really want. One of the authors, Tom Hackaday, even put, he cited Spice Girls. What do you really want? Yeah, we want to understand what researchers really want. Is it financial reward? Is it non-financial? But it's not so simple, because the need of a researcher will change up to the country, culture, but also up to the the stage of a technology transfer process and up to the also age of a researcher, career development. So there is no model that fits all, which makes things rather complex. Of course, policymakers should think how we can make our innovation ecosystem better and better functional, and how to include the most creative in the process of innovation promotion. University leaders. It was for a long time only TTO who was thinking about incentivizing, but today the reputation of university really depends also on the level of involvement of researchers in a technology transfer process. What are you going to offer to society, to the businesses? Even if you have a great technology, if your researchers do not want to take part in it, then students, they should think also how would they like to be incentivized. They're our futures, and community as a whole. What do we expect from these researchers, and how much would community be able to invest in the researchers in order to get the best from them? So we start working on this WIPO incentives guide 2 or 3 years ago, and it showed us how complex is the whole process. We started, these are the authors, and the fourth one is now in the process of the engagement to provide us with a more practical examples. But even from philosophical point of view, it was interesting to understand why incentives are needed and what researchers really want. So the objective is to provide models for policymakers to develop strategic tool for universities and research institutions for evaluation of the effectiveness of their incentive program, to influence employment and promotion criteria, because we believe it is the time to change promotion criteria, to incentivize also TTO staff, and that's another area of discussion. Do we think enough about TTO staff? We take them as a support staff. Sometimes they are not called technology managers like support staff. Are they only support staff? We should think about their support. We provide examples and good practices with recommendations. This is the plan for this guide. As you can see with the current table of content, we put non-financial incentives and career advancement above financial incentives, because on one side, even technology transfer, even effectiveness of a technology transfer office or university is more and more, however, measured by the royalty revenues that they were able to realize. We believe that non-financial incentives are longer-term incentives, something which is depending of the incentive, of course. They are more flexible, they can be changed, while financial incentives are under the scrutiny either the government or university, and you cannot change rules easily and adapt to the specific situation. Non-financial are more flexible, and that's why we wanted, however, to preserve this this general approach that we all have. The most important is impact, not income. So we also wanted to pay tribute to the COVID-19 situation, where researchers all of a sudden didn't ask for any incentive. They just start working on this, creating a confidence situation, but also to think about future pandemics, future COVID situations, and how we can best organize response of universities to these situations. So what are the challenges we are facing now? And I'm inviting everybody to work with us and to give any good idea. We will open innovation box for good ideas, how to provide to policymakers and universities the best models of practices. It is a moving target. People are changing after COVID. They have different perspectives. They have different demands, also what they need for the for work to be developed, and the generation is changing. And I think that COVID situation very much influenced young researchers to mature, to see their careers in a different perspective. What is essentially is really to understand what researchers really want, and this is not obvious. We will do additional surveys and we will do additional interviews to understand what is the essence. There are conflicting information. As I said, financial rewards are most discussed. We are speaking about money all the time, but non-financial seem to be considered as more effective. What is actually the reality? Which one would you choose? The success of university is judged by revenues realized. How then to define the incentives? What should be the incentives? Who should be incentivized? Academic collaboration, should that become an obligation, rewarded obligation? Because it is not obvious even in employment acts that you should be in a way incentivized and motivated to work with other academic institutions, to work with other researchers in order not only to develop technologies but to develop knowledge, know-how. Level of flexibility, non-financial measures are subject of more flexibility, as I mentioned. Then we as a WIPO, we are covering the world. And then we should think about incentives that are applicable in Asia, Africa, Europe, and different cultures are giving different value to different incentives. In certain communities, being recognized and having a public reward and recognition is much more valuable than getting money. Probably because universities cannot give a significant amount of money, it is still symbolic, and even benefit sharing in royalties, you have to first realize these royalties and then to have a benefit sharing. And there is another need also, how to customize incentives for women researchers. We did a study and found out that most of the women researchers are sometimes, especially those who have family, are giving up any IP commercialization activity. They have excellent, very precise research results. They are going very often more deep in details, in analysis, but when it comes to the creation of spin-off or startup, they step down. They keep their academic career and leave other colleagues to actually lead the new company. So we were thinking, should we speak about specific categories like young researchers or women researchers? So we decided the approach would be live documents all the time, open-ended live document, and that we will continue the work of understanding better true motivation of researchers, range of intrinsic incentives that already exist, and develop extrinsic incentives that will be most effective in encouraging researchers. We will do additional surveys, although, as I said, we are embarked in this process already for 3 years, and we will broaden partnership. We would look for more information in order to provide, however, the broader range of incentives. And then we will have a guide, but then we will have a live database of incentive examples and practices on our newly established IP and technology transfer webpage. This is a new WIPO web page we created 2 months ago. It is for the first time ever that WIPO created a technology transfer web page. Please visit it and give us your feedback. We would really appreciate. So financial and non-financial incentives, everything which is on the list here, and this is in the guide, I'm sure you already thought about, you already looked at it. For us, it is a big challenge to benchmark them. What is more efficient, what is less efficient, how it is going to be applied in the different communities and in the different contexts. So this is another do we have a list which is absolutely full list of incentives. So I just made a kind of examples that incentives are becoming very, very important issue in the region. And recently, Serbia, for example, developed a strategy for the creation of startup in the period of 21-25, and in this strategy there are incentives on the level of education, improvement of infrastructure, which is necessary to acquire, to give the support for the startups, and programs. In addition, Serbia created a venture capital program, government venture, but also good conditions for the private venture capitals to accelerate the growth of the local startup ecosystem. So the region is sensitive to the need to incentivize people in order to get what is needed for the innovation. There are new tax incentive laws, one the Act on Incentives for Research and Innovation in Montenegro, and the Corporate Income Tax, for example, law in Serbia. This law is bringing special tax facilities for those who employ qualified researchers. By the way, in the region, researchers there is a brain drain of researchers. Successful people are leaving the region, but now I think that the governments are really understanding that they need to incentivize these people to stay at home and to develop, to deliver. And what's better than a startup or a spin-off? That's where the research community is giving back impact to the region. They stay in the region and they create jobs in the region. Law, higher education and science in Poland. That was actually the move of the IP office of Poland in 2018, adoption of such a comprehensive higher education law, which provided a very interesting possibility, which didn't exist before, for the Poland universities to create spin-offs and startups, which was a difficult bridge between public funding and private funding. And also they provided a kind of increased researchers' minimum remuneration, which, yes, it's not a big sum of money, but however, looks like a reward and looks like incentive. For young researchers, I wanted to show that through the incentives, actually institutions like Karolinska, of course, it is very, very well-known institute, can also achieve certain goals. And the goal is to somehow make researchers to do interdisciplinary collaboration, and also on the level of the specific sector, like medical and health needs of the future. So they created a special programs to merge young researchers from different sectors in order to develop some groundbreaking discoveries that will address problems in a health sector, medical and health sector. I think very good way to achieve your strategic national and institutional goal. You give researchers and you give incentives and bring them together to achieve what is your objective. The other one is very nice, EPFL. EPFL is École Polytechnique Fédérale de Lausanne, one of the leading Swiss institutes and university. I think they are in the first 5 or 10 in the world by the level of innovation. And they have 2 programs for the creation of a startup and spin-off. It's 12-week program that allow to students to get experience on turning a business idea into reality. They are fully supported by the university and their TTO. And the other one is it is on the base of a competition. And the other one is, even if you are not creating your startup, if you have interest and if you are considered as potentially successful, you can be a part of the group which is actually developing a new startup or also running a business. So this is a great educational opportunity, and of course it is funded by the university. So country can provide incentives, but university also institutionally also it can be done. I'll just inform you quickly what you can find on our website. This is newly created a web page. You have a link here. We have standard models of agreements, special programs, and the new tools are coming. This incentive guide we will have until, I think, until the autumn. We will have a new successful technology licensing guide 02, which is going to cover issues, specific licensing issues in biotechnology, specific licensing issues for the startups, spin-offs, how to do the licensing negotiation in pandemic situation, how to adopt this smart contracts, how to deal with the shortened procedures. So there will be a new, in addition to the basic information about key terms and how to negotiate, there will be a new content. So it will be STL02. IP evaluation guide. I was so happy to hear Michael today. We are developing with Oxentia a great IP evaluation guide, and we are working with Michael. So his presentation now, I think, will raise your interest to see the guide, which is going to be one general guide about methodologies and approaches, and then we will have specific booklets. So for those who know the basic, they can directly go for the IP evaluation in the biotech sector, IP evaluation in litigation, which might be interesting even for the universities. IP evaluation of equities in spin-offs and startups, and IP evaluation for SMEs. And we developed also specific technology transfer primer in biotechnology sector, which is also these days going to be available for your consideration. Thank you so much. I hope I didn't pass my time. Thank you.
No, you didn't. Okay, that was perfect. Thank you. So this is very interesting for me, your point that not just financial incentives, right, which is the first thing that comes to our mind, but also non-financial, even in the end that you mentioned that actually support or just offering some entrepreneurial educational programs and so on, that this can also be a very good incentive.
Education and training becomes a very, buying knowledge, and somebody else is giving you opportunity to upgrade your knowledge and competence to do the things. It is on a long term very attractive incentive, especially for the young researchers. So people like to go elsewhere and to learn from others and to upgrade their knowledge, because the knowledge is the most valuable they have. So it is, it appears different kind of support is very is considered as effective, very effective.
Yes, and the other thing you also mentioned, right, you were wondering what actually motivates the researchers. So I'm going to use this opportunity and the audience we have here today. So I would like to ask Nadia to share our last poll. And let's see what motivates people in this region, or basically most of the attendees from Slovenia, to actually engage in technology transfer activities.
Do we still have participants? Because it's after lunch.
We do. Actually, we are, we have very good participants. I think we're around 70.
Great.
So we'll wait a few more seconds. And I think now most of people already replied. So we can see the results, and Olga, you can help comment the results.
Whoa, this is, please.
It doesn't really fit your takeaway. Money is still a great incentive.
It is. Yes, reputation. Promotion, yes, but impact benefit for society, that's great. So you see, non-financial incentives are, so we should think how to better promote what universities are doing and making available information to the society, to be aware that university, even if it's not making a lot of money, has a huge impact on the society. That's a challenge. Great. And this is great methodology.
Perfect. So thank you, Olga, again for joining us, and hope to see you soon again. Yeah. And now I'm giving the word to Peter.
Yeah, hi, Olga. Hi, Ursha again. Hi. Well, you know, we will talk in the Q&A session for sure, because we always talk about the challenges and the solutions. But now we have to continue with our last presentation given by Mr. Jose Ignacio Carrion from European Investment Fund, and he will focus on the importance of an upcoming opportunity in the region. So Mr. Carrion is CFA in the unit mandate management equity at European Investment Fund. So if you have the presentation ready, Mr. Carrion, the floor is yours.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone, and thanks a lot for the invitation. As Peter just said, my name is Jose Ignacio Carrion. I come from Madrid, Spain, but I'm actually based in Luxembourg, and I've been working for EIF almost for 4 years already. And first of all, I would like to make sure, are you being able to see the presentation?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And I'm gonna, if you don't mind, I'm gonna stop my video because I see myself, but I don't see the presentation. Now, okay, good. You see the slides, right? You're able to see this. Okay. As Peter was saying, I work in the mandate management team within EIF, in particular on the equity side of this team. We are a team in charge of developing equity investment programs with national promotional institutions throughout all the European countries and regions, etc. These national promotional institutions are, for example, SID Banka in Slovenia. One of the programs that we've developed alongside SID Banka and also HBOR, the Croatian National Promotional Institution, is the Central Eastern European Technology Transfer Program, which is the one that we're going to be speaking about today. Okay. So first of all, I would like to share a little bit of EIF's equity activity in Slovenia. The relationship started or was firstly formalized in 2017 when EIF and Seed Banca signed the Slovene Equity Growth Investment Program, a dedicated platform to support innovative and fast-growing SMEs and mid-caps established or having their main activity or creating jobs in Slovenia. And the total size of this program was 100 million, 50 million coming from Seed Banca and the other 50 from EIF. Under this program, we invested into 3 funds and 2 co-investments, and it's been considered a success. So that's why we recently signed a top-up of this program to support earlier stage startups, scale-ups, and family businesses seeking a change of ownership. This top-up will have a size of another 100 million, again with a 50% split ratio between both parties. We expect to select or to invest into 2 to 3 funds under this top-up. In between, we've been negotiating this CETT program that we're about to speak today about, and this is a dedicated. It's going to be a dedicated program to invest into a single fund that's going to be focused on TT in both Slovenia and Croatia. The total size of the program is going to be 40 million, and as I said before, we're going to select just one fund to deploy this money. So the question is basically, the next question that I would ask is why are we developing this program alongside Seed Banca? Well, let me present this chart. Where you can see on the horizontal axis the different SME development stages, and on the vertical axis the SME cash flows or investment rounds. That the higher you get on this axis, the greater they are. Okay, so basically with the first program, CGIP, we tackled the gray area in the middle of the chart, and by signing the top up, we focused on the right hand side of the chart. We aim to invest or to support the growth capital and mezzanine funds, which usually invest in emerging growth and development stages of SMEs. But this CETT program that we're gonna discuss today, it's focused or aims to cover the pre-seed or proof of concept stages of the different companies or projects. Okay, this is the area represented by the pink circle on the left hand side of the chart. So with these 3 programs, EIF alongside Seed Banca, we aim to cover all the different SME development stages in the region. The way the CETT program is structured, it's quite interesting for us in particular, also because it's the first time we're able to set up a technology transfer pan-European program in which the parties, in this case Seed Banca in Slovenia and Habor in Croatia alongside EIF, are topping up 2 of the existing platforms, which are CGIP, mentioned before, and CROGIP in Croatia, with a unified approach. This approach is aimed to support the most promising TT projects originated by public research organizations in the region, in Slovenia and Croatia, that we understand that otherwise would be considered not mature enough for the traditional venture capital funds. This area, I'm sure you've heard many times about this so-called valley of death. Basically, it's this period where the companies are at a level of maturity in which they stop receiving government and university funding, but it's too early for traditional VCs to invest into them. So we're aiming to tackle this gap in particular. In order to set up this program, EIF did a market analysis in which it had preliminary contacts with Slovenian and Croatian universities and several research centers to collect feedback. And the main conclusion was that during the next 5 years, universities and research centers in the region are expected to generate a deal flow of more than 350 patent applications and 100 spin-off companies. So after assessing this market absorption capacity, we structured the program alongside both MPIs in order to allocate the money into a fund so that the manager will deploy it. We understand this represents a fundamental milestone in the development of the ecosystem in the region, as there are no active teams in this stage as of today. We also think that not all the work is done by launching this program. We think that this is a significant step forward, but this initiative is not sufficient to cover the full absorption capacity of both countries. We leave some room, or we understand that there's enough room for further private initiatives. The way the program was structured was through a closed call. It's already closed. We received several applications, and we're right now in the process of analyzing and having discussions with the different teams that applied, and expected to select a fund by the end of next month. Now, regarding the investment program, the investment activities or the expected primary fund focus should be that the fund should focus on providing financing to university and research centers mainly, okay, spin-offs and projects or proof of concept projects, and also to be able to provide follow-on financing to these projects at a later stage, if necessary. As mentioned before, the program has been structured through a closed call via which a primary fund investment will be selected, and this fund is expected to target Slovenian and Croatian developed research projects and enterprises. The main investment parameters of the program have been defined in agreement with both MPIs and EIF. And as we said before, the idea is for the manager to focus on projects in the proof of concept stage, and these companies must be in the seed, the startup, or later stage. We allow to invest in later stages in case it's necessary, and for those companies not to basically run out of potential investors if they are succeeding and doing well. But again, the goal is to focus for the managers to focus on the earliest stages of these projects or proof of concepts. There are certain sectors that are excluded, such as real estate, for instance, and others that are incentivized, such as sustainability, artificial intelligence, innovation, technology, agri-food, etc. With regards to the structure of the program itself, on the right-hand side of this slide, you can see how the program, represented by the blue box on top, it's funded by Banca, Habor, and the European Investment Fund, 10 million each for each of the MPIs, and EIF put in 20 million into the pocket, into the envelope. Under this program, as we mentioned already, we're going to select one of the funds that applied to the closed call we launched this at the end of 2021. And we expect this fund to basically make the investments into the different projects, spin-offs, startups, etc. Additionally, we also expect the management team to reach cooperation agreements with both universities and industry experts. The goal of these agreements is for them to improve both their pipeline and their expertise. This is something that is being considered in the due diligence process that's currently ongoing, and this is the structure of the program. With regard to the market impact of this program, as we said before, the program has a total size of 40 million, combined on a 2:1 ratio. And again, the expected allocation is for the fund to invest into final beneficiaries that are active across different fields, such as commercial demonstration development, IP licensing, creation of new companies, launch of spin-offs or joint ventures, and then collaboration between universities. It is, in this case, it is the first case of an InvestEU eligibility in the region. So investments are expected to be aligned with InvestEU priorities. It's, again, as we mentioned, a first case of a regional instrument. In terms of additionality, EIF we have the flexibility to support the program with other resources if needed, if it were the case. And we expect, there's going to be a minimum multiple on the MPI's investment of 1.5 times the investment made by each MPI on its region, which is we also think that is part of the added value that EIF offers. It is expected also for additional private investors to join the fund as LPs. This is something that is also being considered and analyzed in the due diligence process that is taking place. And we also wanted to share with you a success story of a similar project or program that we launched in another region, in Italy. In 2016, we signed with CDP, the Cassa Depositi e Prestiti, the Italian MPI, a program called Itatec. It had a 200 million size, and we received 20 investment proposals. And these were screened by EIF. We selected some of them. And through this program, we can confirm that there was a total amount of around 100 million of additional private investments, and more than 50 final beneficiaries supported. It was also considered a success, and we recently signed a top-up of this program with a total size of 260 million. But here, for me, the most important part of this slide is the chart on the right-hand side, where we can actually see the impact of these programs in a region. You see how this program was signed at the end in December of 2016. It was launched in 2017. The fund was selected, analyzed and selected during 2017, and it started invested in 2018. And we can see how the number of investments and the amount invested into selected into this kind of companies or projects increased dramatically. We have those columns on the right hand side of the chart showing how the amounts and the number of new investments boomed during these 4 years. And as the investment period of these funds have finalized or is about to finalize, that's why we launched the top-up of this program. And for us, it's a great example of how these kind of programs help these sectors or these segments within the private equity industry in the different regions in Europe. And with this, I'm happy to take any questions if needed, and I'm happy to discuss any point. But with this slide, my presentation. I hope you enjoyed it, and feel free to ask any question.
Yeah, first I will go first. So thank you for your presentation. Maybe if you can start the camera so we...
Yes, I'm trying because I'm having some trouble. I'm not sure. I don't know if you're seeing me right now.
Currently, no. Maybe in the all black we can see you, but no.
Now
it's something happening. Yeah, hi. Well,
but you're not seeing the slides now, right?
No, but it's okay. You know, considering the charts, you know, they speak for themselves. Yeah. So, you know, my question is actually, because we have this few minutes for the questions. Did you calculate it also probability that this will happen also in Slovenia?
We expect this to happen, maybe not at the same level. We should also understand that the size of the programs are different. Okay. We also expect, or we gave, as we mentioned, we expect also private initiatives to follow this first CETT initiative, but maybe not with the same size, but like proportionally, we expect to have a similar impact in the region. That's the main reason why we are launching and like investing into this program.
And another question. Thank you for this one, but another question. You know, somewhere in your slides also appears the word startup.
Yeah.
You know, the fund will be kind of meant for spin-offs. Well, you know, the startups connected to the university or to the research organization, right?
Yeah, definitely. The word startup is there because some in some cases, as you know, these projects or these spin-offs end up reaching this commercial track. They end up like being a success story, and they reach the startup definition. So we don't want to cap the possibility of this fund to keep investing into these companies, but the main that there's a cap of money that will be that can be invested into companies in the startup phase. The majority of this fund is expected to be invested in projects, spin-offs, spin-outs, etc. Basically, companies or projects in the technology transfer segment. And this is limited. This is limited and defined, well defined in the program, in the contracts.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, and it's expected is the results are going to be at the end of month or in July.
We're not allowed to let's say
anything.
share,
yeah.
But the deadline it's expected, at least internally, we're expected to have a decision made by July for sure. Hopefully even by the end of June. We cannot commit to that date, but yeah, we understand that for mid-July this should be already finalized, the process. Yeah. It also depends on, you know, like what we can share now is that we're having like due diligence calls. Like we already had first screening and we had second screening calls with the teams. We're having additional due diligence calls with some of the teams. And from there we'll see, because sometimes, you know, it depends on the level of information the different teams share on a first instance. We may need additional information, and it depends on how long that interaction takes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You know, we are going to be waiting for the results for sure. And you know, this might be also a good reason to disturb our summer vacations, even though. Yeah. But there's one question from the participant. Do you mean the majority by number of investments or by volume of money invested? Maybe just, you know, your thinking. I know that you cannot disclose.
No, that's a very, very good question. It's based on volumes invested.
Okay. Thank you. So if there are any question, maybe, you know, now it's the time. Otherwise, I will thank you, Jose Ignacio, carry on, and I will pass the floor to Ursha, maybe to go to the Q&A and to end the event. Ursha.
Now we have really come to the final act of today's conference, and this is where you, dear participants, now come to the active role. I've seen some of you have been more active with the questions in the chat already. We still have some speakers here, so I would suggest we really take advantage of this. And so if you have any comments, questions, you can even unmute yourself, raise hand, and turn on the camera, and feel free to openly discuss with us. Tomasz, I know you had a lot of questions. Were there any that were not answered yet? Is there anything else you would like to add, maybe?
Yeah, I had a question about conflict of interest. If there are any differences, in experience and during this incubation phase, when we're all very much tied to the university, if there are any experience in how it is then to have people work part-time in a spin-off company and part-time at the university. It's kind of difficult to move to have a sufficient team at the startup full-time at the start, because you just don't have funds for that. And if there are any like how would you call it, a grace period, of a transition or something, just experiences in this direction.
I think that's a very good question. So, because at the beginning, of course, the new company cannot employ a lot of people. So there are still people at the university, at least part-time. So how to manage that? Maybe Martin, Radish, you're still here. Can you maybe comment on that, also in the light of your new regulation at your university?
I'm very sorry, I just came in and I just didn't get the question in its full length. Could you just repeat it?
Tomasz, will you do it? Okay.
Yeah, sure. So in the really beginning phase of a startup or a spin-out, it's difficult to have people employed at the company, the entire team that you need. And since starting from university, all of them or most of them would be employed at the university at the time, but you need their expertise, their full expertise also at the company. Is there a grace period when people can be part-time employed so that you would have like 20% of the entire team at the company at the same time as they keep their jobs at the university for 80%?
Yeah, well, exactly. We have this grace period because we face this issue as well. So there are two things to overcome this. First of all, in the policy, there is a possibility of a grace period where the president can decide, yes, well, this makes sense. And Paul also said, well, if the interests are aligned and not contrary, then it definitely makes sense. But this is a decision which has to be made case by case. What we also try is to incubate these projects as long as possible within the university and have a collaboration agreement with the company. So the university people can still be employed by the university, working for the company, and if IP comes out, then this IP will go into the company with the founders. So that we have a distinct point in time where the people are moving from the university into the company, but we keep them as long as possible within the university, especially if we talk about PhD students, for example, or postdocs. And during this, or for this period, we have in Germany several programs, interim programs, where the people get either paid at the university for preparing the startup idea, or once they have left, that they get funding, private funding for them to prepare the project which goes into the startup then. So this is public money, and this is bridging. And if the bridging is not working properly, then we use the exception rule.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe another question, just a sub question, right? With this grace period, and also when we have licensing agreements, we give grace period for the startups, which I guess it's okay also in the light of the state aid rules. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, we are quite strict when it comes to state aid rules, but and we always try to make an early license agreement with the startup, that the startup has also security, and if they walk to the venture capitalists, that they know, okay, the money comes into the startup because the IP will come. So either we give the startup an option, and the option is free. So an option, a free option under state aid shouldn't be an issue. And if the startup needs already the license because they're working on it, then we make it fully backloaded. So royalties, because the startup has no money, so it doesn't make sense. As I said in my talk, well, we do not do it because of the money, and we don't want to have paybacks. We even say, if you give us a certain % of royalty on your further down the road products, we pay for 1 or 2 years the patent costs, because there is no money for a startup. So why I should kill it before it lifts off?
Yeah, of course. Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions at this point? If not, then Vlatka has a question from Zagreb. Hi, Vlatka.
Hi, hello everybody. I have a quick question for Martin. If this was addressed before, just point me to the recording, because I wasn't able to hear everything. But I was really intrigued by the mattress company example that Martin mentioned in his speech. And I would like to check and what is the connection to the university? I mean, what was the incentive for the researcher to come to you and to say, I will do this together with the university, and then, sorry, with your institution, and then, of course, the inverse, what was the logic for you to become involved in this company?
Well, to be honest, this is an example. I use Vlatka. First of all, good to see you. And second, well, the mattress company, I used as an example how wrong we could be sometimes, because I said, well, I wouldn't do that, and or my team, to be honest. And it was a former student of the Frankfurt of the Goethe School of Economics. And this guy went to McKinsey, I think, one of these large consulting companies. Mm-hmm. And after a short period of time, he came back and said, well, actually, he don't want to consult. He would like to consult himself and do the company. And he wanted to be having university support when it comes to offices, a little bit, not much. And that's it. So those... I must be honest, well, we didn't help him a lot, and he made it because the idea was obviously simple enough not to be understood by us.
No, but that's fine, because I'm more sort of intrigued that he was, I would say locally, when something is not connected to the IP, they would just try to do it ourselves, by themselves, and they would not contact the university. So it was really what your expertise, or what made him contact you in the first place.
Yeah, well, I think it's a network. In the first instance, it's a network, our mentoring program, and also the possibility that there is office space.
Okay.
So we have office space, we have these workshops, and so we have individualized programs for the startups, but we also have workshops you can pass by and pick some kind of information. So we have a very open incubation community. And the incubation community itself is interesting for the founders as well, because they teach themselves. They tell them, well, don't go there, or how to treat with patents, how to treat with legal issues. So we have a very small staffed office for that. When it comes to tricky questions, then, well, there are experts like Tillman, for example, or somebody else in our region, which will be then asked by the startups. But in general, it's the ecosystem. So we try to build up this kind of ecosystem, and obviously it works.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Matka, for the question. Any other questions? If not, then I would like to go quickly through all the polls that we had, through the results, because I think it sums up the kind of the situation in Slovenia very well. So, and then I will ask the speakers, the presenters, maybe to comment and to give some last takeaways. So be prepared and listen carefully. So the first question was, of course, where do people come from that were with us today? We had, most people were from university management and the researchers, and then we also had, of course, policymakers. The TTOs are, of course, most interesting for this topic, and we even had some representative of the industry. Then we asked them to name which element of the innovation ecosystem is the one where we have most room for improvement. And the most rated was innovation culture. And then, of course, financing followed, legislation and policies, incentives, and in the end, knowledge transfer office support, which is very good for the KTOs in Slovenia. Then we asked what is the biggest fear considering conflict of interest. Basically, we asked this question because we see that there are many management and faculties also are afraid of this, and they say, okay, this is conflict of interest, we don't want this, so we cannot avoid this, we don't want that. And today we talked about that we cannot avoid them, but we can manage them. And I guess the biggest fear is that research projects then will be conducted in order to fit the interest of the company instead of the interest of the faculty. Then there was a question, how many of attendees today is actually interested in establishing their own company? And 13 answered that they are interested in establishing a spin-off company, and 11 that this is maybe will happen in the future, which is also, I think, shows that this is the right momentum now in Slovenia to really support these activities. There is a lot of interest from the researchers, and we feel it as well as the KTO. What motivates our researchers to participate in knowledge transfer activities, to engage in those activities? Luckily, the first motivation is impact and benefit for society. And then in the second place, we have money and promotion and annual reputation and then connections. So just a short overview. And now I would like to ask maybe first, Lisa, if you can give maybe some final thoughts. And maybe I would ask you to give a perspective or final thoughts for university management. So, maybe we've seen the situation now here in Slovenia. I know, you cannot grasp everything in this short time, but from the impressions that you have, so what would be some takeaways for the university management?
Well, overall, what I find interesting is how interested people are in conflict of interest. And I see that as being really positive, because it can be a very dry subject. And if people are now wanting to understand how they deal with it and how they engage with it, it means you have people who want to be involved in this. And that's really good to me. This means that you have appetite and you have potential. If I had a message for university management, it would be to signal very clearly how you feel about this and what you want. So make sure that if you are encouraging people and endorsing people, that message reaches them. We want you to do this, and we encourage you to do this, and we will support you to do this. And probably a little bit more privately to the university management, that when you go away and think about why you're doing this, make sure, please, that it is realistic in terms of what you expect your technology transfer office to be able to achieve for you. If you're looking for them to bail you out from global recessions and a lack of money, this is not a fair request to the University Technology Transfer Office. So please make it very clear to them what you expect from them. Do give them some simple KPIs and make sure that they feel that they are feasible and realistic so that they can go out and try and achieve them. Those would be my 2 comments, I think, if I may.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Then maybe Martin, what would be key takeaways for the people from the TTO? So what are the next steps? How to now, capture all this knowledge that we gained today and make something good out of it, right? And this is, of course, just the first step, regulation and everything.
Well, it's very easy. I can just repeat what Lisa said. Well, don't do it for money and be compliant. That's it. On the other side, I would like to cite David Owen, former MRCT boss, who always said, well, if there is no interest, there is no conflict. Means, well, if there is enough interest to get conflict out of it, then of course there is also a possibility of success. So don't really be shy of interest, of this conflict of interest topic. Just try to solve it. And therefore, I would recommend to set up a policy which gives a fair base on discussions. You always will run into discussions, but then you can just pull yourself back and say, well, here we have the policy, and according to the policy, we try to handle this conflict of interest. And then you always will find, or well, in the majority of the cases, you will find a solution.
Thank you. Perfect. Then, Tilman, for you, I would ask you to give your final thoughts, and maybe from the perspective of a spin-out company, right? So how can they actually come to us, and also what they should be careful of? So what do they need in order to be successful when they negotiate with the university?
Well, I mean, today it was mainly about designing policies and ecosystem. So from a startup perspective, I would say if you negotiate for IP, make sure that you have your strategy in mind and that you know what objective you actually want to achieve in 5 to 10 years. I mean, this is hard enough, but it's nothing worse than starting a startup and realizing after 2 years that there was some formal mistake made in the beginning, some shareholders that actually are not helpful, and also investors that are not helpful. So it's really important to make up your mind of the future strategy as early as possible. And I think that universities can play an important role here also in advising startups to do have the right thoughts in the beginning and to reflect about those necessities. And from a university perspective, I would say you should try to create policies, set up standards, but always try to keep them somehow flexible, because you will need the flexibility in the detail in order to achieve a positive outcome. And ecosystem, for me, this is about networking. So you need to get as many people as possible involved and to draw the expertise from everywhere where you can get it. And I think this was a good example today. So yeah, I really enjoyed this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, and then last but not least, Olga, maybe you can comment on innovation culture, because I'm going back to that. We started with this today with the first or the second PoC, and I think it is the most important thing, where everything starts.
True, true. It's like a family education, you know. You are facing something which is becoming wanted behavior, and with the time you accept this not as obligation but as a question of pride. So I think we still need a time to introduce good models from people who manage to do great things, focusing on innovation and bringing this innovation to somebody who can use it, to users. I'm not insisting on commercialization. I'm more insisting on users. But in all this process, intellectual property do play the role. And it is not because I'm from WIPO, but it is not. It is simply the way to create also an environment of the confidence among partners, among even competitors. If everybody respects rights of the others, we are more open to open our portfolio, to openly work with the others, and to disclose, to let it go to the community, for the benefit of the society. We had a very interesting study related to COVID technologies, and what we don't know behind the scene, industry did work together to find quickly a solution. And the only connecting element was trust based on IP. People knew that nobody is going to copy, to abuse IP, because everybody put in this collaboration certain intellectual property, and respecting their own intellectual property, they were respecting to the others. So this kind of a culture, where you are creating a trust because everybody share your vision on innovation, is something it will take time. But I think we made a progress in region, in particular, huge progress comparing 10 years ago, for example. We have mature technology managers. We have a new generation of technology managers which are very collaborative. I think you all collaborate among each other. I'm so happy to see Vlatka today. I didn't see her for centuries. and I'm sure Nedeljko is somewhere there, and the others. So this is a great advantage, a very, very healthy competition and healthy collaboration. So it will take a little bit more time, but I think we are on a good path. I think we are progressing well.
Yes, true. Thank you, Olga. I guess this is it. We have now reached to the end of today's event, which is a shame because it was really nice to spend time with you all. I want to thank again, especially for all the presenters and for ASTP, to Anwar and Narita, really who helped us gathering all these great speakers and to organize this event. Also, of course, to our colleagues at the universities who were here with us through these last weeks, and also today. So for those of you who missed it or who couldn't catch everything, the event was recorded and it will be on our YouTube channel, so you can share it with your friends as well. And now I'm leaving the last words to Peter.
These are going to be very famous last words, so we hope to see you soon. Thank you again, also from my side, and goodbye, and have a nice weekend.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. It's been really good. Thank you to everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Bye.